She got that sweet juice, Minute Maid, some of out that lemonade. Take a sip, blowing purple clouds, taste like lemon haze. Conversations back and forth like damn, we could go on for days. Looking back at it like damn, she bad when she walk away. Here we go, been down this road, they already know. When we go on tour, I'll take you anywhere you wanna go. People talk about us like they understand just what this is. I just wanna give you all you want and then the double it. They all say I'm way too young, maybe I'm just ignorant. I won't find nobody like you on some real shit. Spend a couple hours on the phone, hey. I don't wanna let you go, I'll be all about you, babe. I'll be all about you, babe. Saying so unless you don't know, they won't find what we got and that gon' drive me crazy. No need to rush, I'm still headed.
You have lost your mind. Homosexuality should be a crime. They ought to take all the homosexuals and put them all on a boat and give them enough gas to get halfway out in the middle of the ocean and let the sharks eat them. So there's no way to stop me. There's no way to stop the truth. This isn't preaching, this is hate speech. It's both! Because we can purge out all the sissies and purge out all the fair weather Christians, purge out all the weaklings. Because we're supposed to be treating them lovingly and respectfully. Even though the Bible says they're filthy and vile. I mean, I know some of you guys are enjoying it. So don't act like I'm all alone up here. Some of you thumbed up some of those comments too, didn't you? I'm just saying, look, you know, hey,
Men, nothing takes it off like Noxema medicated shave. Take it off. Take it all off. Nothing takes it off like Noxema medicated shave.
The closer you shave, the more you need Noxema. Noxema medicated comfort shave.
Come to where the flavor is. Come to Marlboro Country.
You never know when you'll need a big wagon. And the 1967 American Motors builds big wagons. See them at your American Motors Rambler dealer now.
Nothing upsets a pickle lover more than a dull, soggy pickle. Pickle lovers always insist on the proud pickle. Heinz. No compromise, no shortcuts, no soggy pickle. Heinz stops at nothing to give you a pickle that tastes the way no other pickle does. Crisp, full-bodied, savory. That's what makes Heinz the proud pickle. If you were the best-tasting pickle, wouldn't you be proud?
If you want to know what's going on Wall Street, ask Shearson Hamill.
Mrs. Schwartz?
Oh.
Excuse me, Mrs. Schwartz. Could you tell us how you feel about oil heat?
Oil heat? Oh, well, I think oil heat is wonderful. See, I'm showering in the school. What's for hot water? All I want, all I can use. And I know for a fact that only oil heat can give me so much, so fast, and it's so dependable. And I got my dishwasher going, my washer going. Still plenty of hot water. Whoops, I dropped myself. You know, everybody, all my friends wouldn't think of buying a house unless it was heated by oil. Oh, everybody thinks it's so dependable. Dependable hot water and dependable comfortable heating in every room in my house.
Mrs. Schwartz?
Yes?
You know you're on television?
Yes, I know.
Oil heat. You can depend on it.
You country cornflakes, you country cornflakes. Oh, they won't wilt when you pour on milk. Oh, they won't bunch when they ought to crunch. They're double.
This is not an evolutionary assumption. This is something we can agree on because we can document these differences in them within what young Earth creationists would consider created kinds. So, like, we could look at apes, non-human apes, for example. We could look at mice and rats and, and we can document differences in their herbs.
You have lost your mind.
From very different directions here. We agree that, all the different mice and
homosexuality.
I don't want to put words in your mouth, but I'm assuming, I think we agree. I think that's the AIG created kinds has mice and rats together, I think. But you could do it for a bunch of different groups where within the created kind, you can see a lot of variation within the herbs. And that tells you that you started with something, and then as those created kinds diversified in whatever time frame, mutations occurred, and those things are still around. So there's not a cost to those mutations, right? They're not under selection. Does that make sense to you? And in the chat, does that make sense?
Do we see them becoming functional?
That doesn't, so again, that doesn't matter for the common ancestry argument. What matters is just that they are not sequence constrained, which is what's called purifying selection. Purifying selection is just natural selection against new mutations or new variants. So if you have a sequence that's really important, it has to be like these specific nucleotides, and any difference from any one of them, if that change causes it to not work and it's really important for you to survive, then if it mutates, the individual dies, no kids. So that's strong purifying selection, right? Selection against new variation. What we know about herbs is that they are not under purifying selection. So the sequences can vary without cost. That's just the kind of the
okay.
It's the starting point for this chain of reasoning. So they are unconstrained, right? They can change. So with that in mind, with the idea in mind that they're unconstrained, we can make two sets of predictions. We can make predictions based on the separate ancestry model, and we can make predictions based on the common ancestry model. And this is where I will share my screen. So let me here, if you don't mind pulling that up, perfect, thank you. So what we have here are, let's pretend these three phylogenies represent three created kinds. Right, so these are separate, dogs, cats, mice, and rats, like whatever it doesn't matter what it is. It's three separate created kinds that we agree within each kind shares common ancestry. So what we should see in a separate creation situation, right, in the separate ancestry model, is you're going to have mutations that occur in each of these lineages, but they're going to be independent of each other. Right, because they don't share a common ancestor. So the changes, so we'll just call this A, right, B and C. Right, so we got three lineages over here. I'm drawing this with a mouse, everybody. So I apologize. This is going to look terrible, but I'm going to do my best. So let's take red. Let's put some red mutations. Let's say a mutation occurs here, right? So then this lineage right here gets a red mutation, right? Those branches get the red mutation. And then that same mutation occurs over here. And then there's a blue mutation. Well, that one's going to occur right here. So this branch gets the blue mutation, and maybe this one over here gets a blue mutation, that branch, right? And then let's take some pink. We'll put a pink, let's say everybody gets a pink mutation over here. This whole tree everybody in this tree gets a pink mutation. But then also this branch gets a pink mutation over here. We'll take, let's see, we use a little darker purple. We'll put a purple mutation here, but there's also going to be a purple mutation over here and again over here. Okay. So that's a bunch of mutations. Point is, these mutations are all uncorrelated with each other. And if you were to pick any one of them, you would not get these individual phylogenies, right? Like you say you took the pink one down here, right? You take this branch and group it with this entire tree. Well, that doesn't make any sense. You take the blue one, right? You take our blue mutation, you get this branch grouped with this guy over here. That doesn't make any sense. Those are on separate trees. Because since they're starting from separate common ancestors and they're unconstrained, so they're all mutating, independent of each other, you get an uncorrelated pattern of mutations across these different groups. However, if you look within each group at the specific mutations that we'll find, you're going to be able to recover the nested hierarchy of each group. Group A over here, you can see that the purple nests within the red. You can see that the pink and the blue are sister groups. They're each other's closest relatives. You'd be able to recover that phylogenetic signal looking just within each kind. But if you went between the kinds, it would be a big jumbled mess. They'd be uncorrelated with each other. That's the prediction from separate ancestry. Okay. Does that make sense? Yeah. Is that okay?
Yeah.
Cool. Okay, now the opposite prediction, the prediction for common ancestry, is that you can look across A, B, C, D, E, F, G, all, as many groups as you want. And what you're going to find is a nice, neat hierarchical pattern. You're going to find a nested hierarchy where the mutations across all the groups actually do correlate with each other. So that if you have a mutation occurring in one group, you have a good chance of seeing that mutation in the sister group, but you have a very poor chance of seeing that exact same mutation in a very distant group from it. So like, rats and mice might have a specific mutation. Oh, let me look at other rodents and see if they have it. Pretty good shot. Let me look at apes and see if they have it. Not such a good shot because they're more distantly related. So we should see this correlation across groups where we get a nested hierarchy instead of being limited to within each group. We should be able to recover a nested hierarchy that spans the entire tree. So we should, I lost my little pointer thingy. Oh, there it is. Here we go. So we should be able to get a nested hierarchy that spans the entire phylogeny and be able to recover a broader pattern if they actually share common ancestry at those higher levels. So that's the opposite prediction, that the nested hierarchy will span across the created kinds instead of being limited to within them.
Okay.
Was that clear? If that wasn't clear, I apologize. Please ask questions. No. Cool. Okay. So now we can take down screen share now. We don't need that anymore. Thank goodness. Sorry for my terrible art, everybody. That's, using the Mac equivalent of MS Paint to do that. So that's what we get. All right. So we have our two competing predictions, very specific, either limited nested hierarchies that are uncorrelated with each other or a universal nested hierarchy. What do we see when we look at endogenous retroviruses? We see a universal nested hierarchy. So within the mammals, we can do this for all the mammals that have endogenous retroviruses. It's not limited just to the mice and the rats or the apes or any other group that we can look at. We can actually see this pattern of similarity and descent that cuts across huge ranges of what would be considered created kinds. And I want to just point out here for everybody, you don't have to assume common ancestry to make this argument, right? We're testing predictions based on the competing underlying model. So we're not assuming one or the other when we're recovering these hierarchies. We're just saying, what pattern do we see? This pattern is compatible with A. This other pattern is compatible with B. And what we find is the pattern that's compatible with universal common descent, not separate created kinds.
Okay, now when you're looking at, let's say you're looking at a mouse, a certain species of mouse, and it has, or you've got an ERV that's common to all mice, right? Mm-hmm. And maybe it's common to some other things, right? But not, but not all mammals have it or something. Then how do you know if that is actually something that has mutated and not just a natural difference? Because I mean, essentially at the base level, we're just talking about chemicals that are lined up, right?
Right. We're talking about nucleotide sequences. Yeah.
Right. So how do you tell that this is an actual mutation if you're not assuming common ancestry?
So there's three kind of levels we're looking at when we're looking at ERVs. The first level is just, is there a specific ERV present in a genome somewhere, right? Do you find the sequence somewhere? And they're all going to be a little different from each other. So like within humans, we have the H ERVs. I forget how many complete ERVs we have, but they're all a little different from each other, right? So you can number them 1 through whatever, and we can tell them apart. Or I think it's letters. It's, her A, B, C, whatever. You can tell them apart. So first is just, do you have a specific sequence in your genome? The second is it in the same location in the genome? And then the third thing is, in that location, there's mutations that are going to occur over time. And this leads to what's called SNPs, SNP. That's single nucleotide polymorphism. This is a really fancy way of saying a single base, a single nucleotide in your ATCG letters, just a single one of them is different. That's called a SNP. And so we can look at these three things. Is it present? Is it in the same location? And does it share SNPs? And for each of those three, we get this nested hierarchical pattern. And that matters, and that tells us that it's actually due to mutations in common ancestry rather than being put there in a couple of ways. Kind of each one of those levels addresses part of the concern. In terms of being in the same location in the genome, a common thing that I've heard is, well, they're functional, which they're not all functional. Most of them aren't. Most of them are too degraded to do anything. But let's just say, well, they're functional. So they were put in specific places to do specific jobs. Well, things don't have to be in a particular place in the genome to do a particular job. We know that that's the case. You can look at genes in mammals, for example. We have lots of, we have genes that are shared across all the mammals, but they're in different places. You can even look at the chromosome level, right? You can look at the chromosome level and see different chromosome structure. So we have 46, right? It's our diploid number is 46. We get 23 from mom, 23 from dad. It doesn't have to be that way. There are sister species that have wildly divergent numbers of chromosomes. My favorite example of this is some deer. There's two species of muntjacs. These are little deer. And so they're each other's closest relatives genetically. They're unquestionably, the same created kind. But one species has 46 chromosomes and the sister species has 8 chromosomes. So these are very large-scale genomic rearrangements that, again, within the young Earth model and the evolution model, those are things that can happen, right? And in the young Earth model, they happen extremely rapidly.
I don't know what the hell I'm talking about.
These are really similar species. They're you have to be a specialist in deer to be able to tell these things apart. They are basically the same thing. So with these large-scale genomic rearrangements that we know are possible. You can even have smaller ones called translocations, where a little piece moves from one place to another. You can have inversions, where just a little piece flips itself in the genome. That's fairly common. We know that these things happen. We all agree that they happen in the timescales that are relevant to our respective models. So given the fact that we have these rearrangements that occur and knowing the frequency with which they occur, when we find a specific ERV in a specific place, right, that's really strong evidence that wasn't put there. That's really strong evidence that was inherited from a common ancestor rather than being put there separately. Because again, in these separate lineages, you're going to get these genomic rearrangements that are going to shuffle things around to the point of even having wildly different numbers of chromosomes, which means you're not going to find the same thing in the same place in the genome. So that's for the kind of the larger scale ERV in the same place. How do we know it's common ancestry and not just put there? And then for the smaller scale questions, the SNPs, how do we know the SNPs are actually mutations and not kind of created diversity that was front loaded at the beginning? Well, we have to consider that we're going through a bottleneck in the creation model at the ARC where we're only getting a very small number of each species. I shouldn't even say species, of each kind, right? So we can look at the diversity that's present in ERV sequences And we can see that it exceeds the diversity that would have made it through the flood bottleneck. And then even through recombination, you don't have the rapid enough rate of recombination, assuming you get very different ERV sequences within the two members of a kind that were on the ark. You don't have the rate of recombination at specific sites sufficient to generate all the diversity we see. So again, the only explanation that works mechanistically is common ancestry and inheritance of these shared mutations over time. And the divergence can be explained by different mutations in different lineages as they diverge from each other.
Okay, well, that was a lot, but I
know that was a lot. I'm sorry. I did two things. I did the big scale and the small scale. I'm sorry.
I'm not sure that it answered my question because.
Okay, let's try again.
Because I feel like you're coming from a very strong, like, you know, thing of common ancestry. But when I'm hearing this, and I'm still hearing, you know, like that we don't have a way to tell that these are actually mutations or ERVs. Like I'm still like, to me, I'm still not hearing how we can tell. Now, you mentioned the flood and all of that, but I don't really care about all that. Like, I mean, yes, I'm a young earth creationist, but my purpose on this channel is really just like examining the evidence for evolution and trying to figure out, is this something plausible? Is this something that should be believed? And so I'm just trying to hear in there, like, how, like, why I should accept that, like, if, you know, these animals have, you know, this particular sequence of chemicals, how do I know that that is an actual, like, virus that made its way in to and became universal and became functional?
So there's kind of two separate questions there. There's how do we know that the mutations, like the little variants that we see that we can use to make our nested hierarchy, how do we know that those are actual mutations that occurred over time versus how they weren't just there to begin with? The answer to that is that we see these variations accumulating in groups of organisms that are with it, like they're a single created kind. So they would have started with, like, if you go back within the young earth model to the flood bottleneck, the amount of diversity they could have is very limited. And then any variation from that would have had to accumulate since then. So that's the short versions, right? You can only have so many different versions of a site in your genome make it through the flood bottleneck. So the subsequent variation that we see from there that distinguishes, for example, an ERV in this species of mouse versus that species of mouse versus this species of rat, right? They'll share ERVs, but they'll have different mutations that are present, or I won't even say mutations. They'll have different polymorphisms that are present. They'll have different SNPs that are present. How do we know those are mutations? Well, if you've got, you know, an A and a T and a G at a single site, right? Let's work it backwards, right? You could, in theory, at the arc bottleneck, have all four bases, right? Because you got two of each species, right? So you could, and each species has two, right? Because they're diploid genomes. So you could have four, right, of each ERV. So in theory, you could have every single base present in the arc pair at each single site in the ERV. But then you're not going to recognize it as an ERV because you have these four completely divergent sequences from each other. And that completely destroys the idea that these are specific sequences that are identifiable.
I don't know what the hell I'm talking about.
Hallmarks that are required for whatever function they were created with. So you can only have so much variation. I'm talking about in the young earth model. You're limited in terms of the amount of variation you're going to start with for these specific sequences, because if they vary too much, they won't look like ERVs anymore. They'll just be like gibberish in your genome. So we can recognize them as ERVs. They're going to have limited variation to start with. So then within all the non-human apes, for example, or within all the, I don't know if old world monkeys are going to be a created kind or new world monkeys, or how specific it's going to get. I don't know what the breakdowns are, but within specific created kinds, within those limited lineages, the variations that we see in those ERV sequences just within those groups, those have to be due to mutations that have occurred since they started diverging from each other. So that's the idea of how we know they're actual mutations rather than created. It's because we can see this widespread variation within what we would consider created kinds. And that allows us to identify the variants that are actually, okay, that variant right there, or this mutation over here, that's a true mutation. And we could work backwards and do what's called coalescence analysis and generate what's called a consensus sequence using the variation that we see in the present, and work backwards and figure out what that ancestral sequence would have looked like. And that's important because that gets at the second part of your question, how do we know it's actually from a virus? When we do that, when we work backwards to that consensus sequence, we get an actual functional viral sequence. And this is something that we've actually done experimentally, where you can actually reconstruct an herb. You could take the herbs and reconstruct the ancestral virus and show that it works as a virus. Like, it's not just like a virus, it actually works as a virus.
Right. But again, I thought that like a lot of these herbs are useful in fighting off viruses, and they're like, part of our functioning immune system. So, in one creation model that I've heard, that the idea is that a lot of the viruses we encounter are actually coming from, animal DNA. So this is just, I'm just sharing a hypothesis. Okay.
I have read that too, and I have to say that is one of the most bananas hypotheses for viral origin I've ever heard in my life. It's so let's think about the bank shot for that, for how the creation model would work if viruses are actually derived from endogenous retroviruses. The logic there is that at creation, our genomes were loaded up with these herb sequences that don't match to anything in the environment. They don't match anything in the environment because viruses came from them. So they were put in our genomes to defend against something that doesn't exist. And the thing that they defend against actually came from the sequences that were put in our genomes. That's, I mean, I don't like cover theology on my channel, but that makes no sense. Right?
Okay. All right. You're making a decent point, but it could be foresight. You don't know. But look, I mean, it could be. But
it could look, that gets again theology and like, did you know they were going to sin and everything? Right. It gets, it gets sticky and I don't cover it. Yeah.
But what I'm trying to say is like, I don't yet see a reason to accept what you're saying. I don't see a reason that I should accept this idea that these fixed ERVs are actually viruses that made their way into our genome and now have a function that helps us. I mean, that equally seems kind of bananas.
So right? I will just say two things there. One, when we say they have a function, that is, they make up about 8% of our genome. The vast majority of them are degraded to the point where they aren't doing much of anything. They're either just the paired LTRs or a solo LTR, and all the stuff in the middle is missing. To the extent that they have the stuff that's present, it's often highly mutagenized, which would undermine the function of like, my sequence, the ERV sequence, is going to match an invading virus. If they've accumulated a bunch of mutations over time, because again, they're not constrained, they're not under purifying selection. So if they've accumulated a bunch of mutations over time without any apparent fitness cost to it, they're not going to do the job of matching something that's going to invade you from out in the environment. They're too different. The other side of that is ERV sequences in the human genome are often what's called, they're methylated. So this is a form of regulation where you chemically modify the DNA with methyl groups. This is important because methyl groups suppress any kind of activity. They basically cause the DNA strand, instead of being kind of strung out like this, they cause it to clump up and kind of knot really densely. And when you have a heavily methylated sequence that's really tightly wound up like that, that's called heterochromatin. And heterochromatin isn't expressed into RNA or anything. It doesn't do anything, for the simple reason that there's no room for the enzymes to like get in there and grab on, because of this kind of dense coil of DNA, right? The enzymes need space to you need the DNA strand, and the enzyme kind of grabs onto it and does its thing. If the DNA is all coiled up really tightly, The enzymes can't do that. So any region of the genome that's going to be heavily methylated, which is a large portion of the genome, and ERVs are largely methylated and therefore biochemically inactive, they're not doing anything. They're not doing, let's make some mRNA and then let's make some RNA and then the RNA can go match to a virus and we can kill the virus because it matches. You can't do any of that with a sequence that's heavily methylated. So between those two things, either degraded to the point where they're not going to be useful, like as an immune kind of defense situation, and heavily methylated to the point where they're biochemically largely inert within the cells, you put those two things together, that's the vast majority of ERV sequences, which, if you ask me, is extremely strong evidence that they're not doing anything functional, especially pairing that with the fact that the mutations just accumulate, the single base mutations and the deletions. If they were doing something important, you can't just delete parts of them. But out of the 200,000 that we have, over 199,000 of them have deletions of some kind. So I'm probably not doing anything.
Okay, so are you saying we understand the non-functionability, we understand what's functional and not functional in every ERV in? Oh, no, absolutely not. No, I think so. We have a really good picture for a lot of them. I'll go out on a limb and say, I think if it's a solo LTR, that thing's degraded, is not doing anything. Probably the LTRs with no genes in the middle, maybe they're doing something, probably not. And then if it's heavily methylated, you could probably take that to the bank, because if it's heavily methylated, it's biochemically just not active. That's what that does. It shuts it down. And it's hypothesized that that's actually an antiviral defense that our cells have, that we identify viral sequences and methylate it so they don't cause problems. Well, I think, SFT's response to this was, first of all, he was saying, us trying to figure out what functions are happening with the DNA is like me, I don't know if he said, do you speak Russian? And I don't. So he said, but you might, I don't know. Do you speak Russian? No.
Okay. I did watch the stream, okay. And I remember that part. Yeah.
Yeah. So he said, it's like as if you've been given, you're supposed to proofread, a giant Russian document. Are you qualified to do that?
I think a better analogy is that we have Egyptian hieroglyphics and we have a Rosetta Stone and we're figuring it out as we go, right? We have a partial key and we're figuring out more. It turns out there's more pieces of the Rosetta Stone. We keep finding more that help us understand this biochemical stuff that's going on. I think that's a much better analogy. It's not, if it's me or you editing Russian, I have no experience. I couldn't even read the alphabet. I don't even know what all the letters are, right? Because it's a different alphabet. I got nothing. But that's not how it is with the DNA. We sequenced the first human genome about 20 years ago, give or take. We sequenced the first genome entirely in the 70s. It was a tiny little bacteriophage. The first DNA gene, that was an RNA, was first, then DNA, another tiny little bacteriophage back in the 70s. And, so we've been at this for a while now, and we've gotten a lot better at it. So there's unquestionably stuff that when we first looked at it, in the early 2000s, we said, that's not doing anything. And we've since figured out what it's doing. There's unquestionably stuff like that. But for every instance of that, there's other stuff where we've looked into it. We've done the tests and said, yeah, that's not doing anything. Right. And it's not that we're starting from, okay, we understand the function in 5% of the genome, and we don't know the other 95%. And now we understand the function in 8% of the genome, and we're still working on the other 92%. It's as the functional part of the genome has gone from 3% to 5% to 8% to now, if you stretch it a little bit, you can get 10, maybe 12%. Really good evidence of function that is preserved through natural selection. You get into the very low double digits. As we've increased that fraction from 3% up to 10, the rest of the genome, it's not still some unknown black box. We've figured out what a lot of it is, what it's doing, and just as importantly, what it's not doing. So it's not this giant, 20 years ago, if you want to argue the genome is entirely functional, I think you have the ability to say, well, we have to look, and it might end up being more functional than we think. Now, we're really sure about the endogenous retroviruses, pseudogenes, and the various classes of retrotransposons. Like, we're really good at documenting what these things are doing and how they're operating and where they're operating, the levels at which they're operating. So we have a really strong case now to say huge swaths, 50, 60, 70% of the genome, it's doing stuff, like biochemical stuff, but it's just kind of stuff. It's not helping us in any way.
Okay, well, we got so far off. I don't remember what the other response that Donnie said about.
I wrote them down. I wrote them down because I figured they might come up. So I actually went down and wrote them down. So the big thing, talking about this hierarchical pattern, the big objection was related to hotspots. Was this kind of, it was a multi-step thing. But if Donnie, if you're watching, correct me in the comments if I'm, if I get any of this wrong. But I think I'm going to present this fairly. And I'll also say, by the way, I did reach out to Donnie to have this conversation. Rebecca, I think you're a very fair person. If you would, but I'm sure there are other places that would host Donnie and I. He initially said yes and has since kind of ghosted me. So I don't know if that's going to happen. But for everybody who's like, why aren't they just talking to each other? I have the same question, and I hope we do get to talk to each other at some point in the near future. So cool. The idea here is that, okay, you can invoke these things called hotspots to explain this pattern. Hotspots are regions of the genome where you have an elevated mutation rate. So we've known for a long time that mutations are not uniform across the genome, both the types of mutations that occur and the rate at which they occur. There's hot spots and there's cold spots, right? Where you get a lot of mutations, you get very few mutations. So what Donnie said was, well, these regions, they could be hot spots, and that would explain the convergence of the different mutations across these different lineages, across these different created kinds.
Super wide open. This is so cringe, I know, but it's so raw. Her mouth was like wide open because this demon's screaming out of her, and I'm looking down her mouth, and I'm like, I see you. I know you're in there. I know you're in there. Come out. I can see you. Like, I just don't even know what I'm doing. I just know the Bible says this, and we can do this. And so I'm like choking her because I thought, you literally have to get the demon out. So I'm literally choking her. And then, my family's like, no, that's not how you do it. And I'm like, come out. And we're screaming. I'm like pushing on her stomach. Again, do not recommend any of this. I was just saved. I didn't know what I was doing, but I'm literally screaming like, it's like the Planet of the Apes where they're like, is there a soul in there? I'm literally like, I know there's a demon in there. And so we're having this crazy yelling battle, and it ends up, the Holy Ghost is like, that's not how you do it, Isaiah. And then the Holy Spirit led us through, and we ended up casting the demon out of this lady. And that's for me where I think my eyes were so open to the fact that this is real. This is not a game. This is not a joke. There's a real spiritual realm. And so word got out, this lady had a demon cast out of her. This guy was on top of her screaming. And so my old friends that I was partying with are like, dude, what is going on? They would literally come through my door. And as they'd step foot through my door, they would start manifesting demons. People were getting healed. People were getting out of wheelchairs. My aunt, who was born deaf in one ear, she had no inner eardrum. My grandma had German measles, so when my aunt was born, she had no eardrum. And several weeks after getting saved, we were at a conference with her, and the guy at the conference said, hey, these young people just got saved because he heard about us. Everyone go pray. And so my aunt had every man of God you can think of pray for her. Mario Merla, Morse Sorella, Benny Hinn, and she had never obviously got healed. And she is a nurse, very high up in the medical world. Her friends are doctors, nurses, and one of her ears had no eardrum. So it wasn't like she was just deaf a little. She had literally nothing in there. And we laid hands on her and began to pray for her. She ended up getting her hearing back. And so God began to do these miracles that were so huge to us that word began to spread, and we went from just a few people to 30 to 50 to 100 to 200 to 300 to 400 to the end of the revival at the house. When we finally moved into a building, we were like 400 to 500 people every single week. And I'm going to show you videos tonight towards the end of me preaching in my living room, and you'll see what it was like. But I kid you not, I would sit in the corner of my living room. People would be sitting on my feet. I kid you not, I'm going to show you a video of this. People would be sitting on my feet, and I'd be standing like this preaching all I knew to preach. And I listen back, and it's like, it's so weird to me, but it was so real what God was doing. Again, wasn't sleeping, just powerful God moving. My brother ends up, I'll share with you how he got saved. He ends up coming in one night. He's always drunk, always high. He told me, I'm going to go to hell just to prove you wrong. And so one night I had the idea to challenge him. I thought, this guy was like everyone would never turn down a challenge, could always, anytime someone said I bet you'll only take 1 pill, he would take 3 pills. Anytime someone said jump off the roof, he would jump off the second story. Like, he just always would take the challenge. And so one day we were praying, I'm saved, I don't know, a few weeks probably at this point. He walks in, he's high, he's drunk. He said, blah, blah, blah. And I stopped him. I said, Nico, you've tried everything but God. I said, try God. And if God doesn't show up right now, we're going to pray. And if God doesn't show up right now and change you, I said, I will never ask you to go to church again. I will never ask you for prayer again. Just give God a try. You've tried everything else in your life. Try God. He said, fine, whatever. I was like, I dare you. I challenge you. So I said, pray with me. Now, I didn't know what to pray. I just knew that I prayed a prayer. Remember my prayer? God, if you're real, I'll lay down this, I'll do this. And so I said, Nico, I prayed this prayer where I basically just went all out saying, God, I'll do this, I'll do this, I'll do this. And I put everything out on the table. I went all in. I said, just try that. Try praying that. So, it was the only prayer I knew to pray that worked. And so he prayed, if you're real, God, I'll give you everything. I'll serve you. I'll do this, I'll do that. And I'll lay it all down. And so we get done praying. I'll never forget this moment. I look up and I'm like, I'm waiting for him to have the God moment where God says, Nico, I have a plan, and I'm waiting for this. And I look at him, I go, so did you feel anything? Did you hear anything? I mean, I'm all in at this point. And he goes, nope, nothing. I'm like, you didn't even feel like a warmth? He's like, nope. I'm like, you didn't even feel, nope. And so he walks away going, I guess God's not real. And I thought, I made him a bet. I said I would never talk to him about God. I'll never witness again. And I guess God, isn't going to save him. I don't know. So I went back to prayer. Kid you not. And again, I'm going to be raw about this. If you get offended, oh well. The next day, I don't remember what I was doing. I was doing something in my living room, probably praying, because we did that 24/7. And I get a call from Nico. He's at work. He's worked at Starbucks. I worked at a different Starbucks. And he goes, this is the first thing Nico says on the phone. He goes, dude, what'd you do to me? And I'm like, what do you mean? He's like, dude, this is the exact words he said. He said, I woke up gay. I was like, what? He's like, dude, I woke up gay. He said, I woke up and I got to work and I tried checking out my girlfriend and I couldn't even check her out. He goes, I can't lust after her. I can't lust. I've been trying to check out customers. I can't lust after them. He goes, and he used to smoke literally multiple packs a day. He goes, I tried to go smoke out a cigarette and I spit it out. I threw away my pack. I don't, and he used to drink a handle of vodka a day. I can't count how many times I dragged his lifeless body through our house. He goes, dude, I have no desire to drink, to smoke. I can't check out women. Like, what'd you do to me? What happened to me? I'm like, dude, you're not gay. I'm like, you're born again. I said, Nico, for so long we chased women and we looked at women like a piece of meat. And so now that you're saved, you're looking at women with value. You're looking at women with respect. He just thought that he was just gay. He's like, I don't know what to do, but he really was born again. And I'm telling you right now, man, again, I get emotional talking about this. From that moment on, he ended up getting delivered. Right after that, I was at work. My family did a deliverance on him. He's been serving God 11 years. He was going and planning a drug house. He was selling drugs. He was doing drugs. He was the guy that you would think this guy would never get saved. I mean, just trouble. His entire life caused trouble. And 11 years later, he has multiple Christian hip hop albums. He ran a Christian clothing line. He traveled with me for years. He works for the ministry full time. He's serving God. It was just radical. My little sister, and I'll share that with you after, ends up, being on fire for God. My older sister, she was actually away at college when all this happened. And I'll never forget, it was like maybe, I don't know how many, few months after me getting saved that my sister came home from college, Santa Barbara. She came home from college and walked in my house, looked at me, and I started talking and she started crying. She ran out of my house. My uncle, who was pastoring me, discipling me, helping me, Nino, was across the street. She ran into Nino's house, said, Nino, what happened to my brother? There's a guy over at my house. I don't know who that is. And my uncle said, that's your brother. And she said, no, it's not. I don't know what happened to him. He looks different. He talks different. He acts different. And my uncle said, that's the old Isaiah that you used to know. That's not the real Isaiah. The Isaiah at your house, that's the Isaiah that God created him to be. She literally, I was so born again, my older sister didn't even recognize me. So she comes home, she's crying. She's like, what are you doing? I don't want to talk to you. And God began to give me words of knowledge like he often was doing to just prove himself, to see people get saved. It was just crazy. And I said, Sunshine, you drove 5 hours from Santa Barbara to Manteca. I said, and God has given me a word of knowledge. Just to show you God is real, I'm going to tell you the conversations you had for 5 hours I'm going to tell you who was in the car. I'm going to tell you what you guys talked about. And for the next 4 hours, I literally went into detail with my sister of every person in the car, what they talked about, who they were. And I literally gave her a download of the last 3 or 4 months of her life. I said, this is what you've been doing. This is what you've been going through. And not me, but God was speaking through me, giving her these words of knowledge. And then I said this, because she didn't, believe God was real, all that like me. I said, just to prove to you God is real, tomorrow night, we're going to go to a conference. And I said, I'm going to tell you the sermon title and the illustration and what the preacher is going to be preaching tomorrow night at the conference. I said, and whenever, as I dropped my journal, I said, and whenever that preacher gets up and preaches what I'm about to tell you he's going to preach, then will you serve God? Then will you know God is real? She said, if that happens, I'll believe, okay? I'll think it's real. So Banning Liebscher, who at the time was pastoring Jesus Culture, I think he still is, was preaching the next day at a conference. And so we went to that conference, and I told my sister, I said, he's going to preach about going all in. I said, he's going to talk about and use an illustration about diving off a cliff. And he's going to say, we have to go all in. If you don't go all in and you're cliff diving and you're sitting there not stepping over, then that's not, you're going to have no fun. Nobody goes cliff diving, stands at the edge and goes, this is so fun. The fun starts when you step off the point of no return. So I gave her that illustration. God told me this is what he's going to preach about. I said, he's going to talk about this. He's going to talk about going all in. And I gave him all that. So never forget this. The next day, we're sitting at the conference and he gets up to preach. And in my mind, I'm like, Lord, I know you spoke to me. I know you gave me this word of knowledge. Please let him preach on what you told me he was going to preach on. And so my sister could be saved. And I'm sitting there and I'll never forget this. He says, today, I want to talk about going all in past the point of no return. And then he starts saying, I was in Reading a few weeks ago and we were cliff diving off of rocks into the water. And I kid you guys not, he used the exact illustration that I told my sister he was going to use of jumping past the point of no return and going all in. And I remember the moment he started sharing that illustration of, going all in cliff diving, I look over at my sister's bawling her eyes out. That night she got saved. That night she was born again. I share these testimonies with you guys to show you the radicalness of the beginning of my salvation, of how God was saving my cousins, my uncles, my aunts. Literally everybody in my family got saved. Everybody around me got saved. I remember, even right after being saved, I would share my faith. I'd be at school and I would start manifesting. I realized man, there's a demon on the inside of me. And so several days after getting saved, my little sister did a deliverance on me. I tried delivering myself in my college parking lot. I was screaming in my college car. I got home. I told my little sister, there's something in me trying to come out of me. I think it's a demon. And my little sister literally cast demons out of me in my living room just days after getting saved. I think for me, what really hit me, that really struck me that I was all in for God and God had changed my friends, changed my family, started revival, was when one day one of my best party friends that had done, partied with me, and
started revival.
This guy was always partying. We were literally praying for 8 hours straight. Think about this. And I'm sitting there, and we're only saved a few weeks. I'm praying.
He started the revival
into prayer. And I'm bawling my eyes out because we're praying for the ending of abortion, right? That's what we were praying for in the prayer meeting. And I'll never forget.
Oh, that's what they were praying for in the prayer meeting? They hadn't already heard that was about to happen?
Party friend. We prayed 8 hours. We were drinking every day. He was doing drugs. He was the guy that would never get saved. I look over at my buddy Logan at the time, and I see this guy bawling his eyes out, praying for the ending of abortion. And it hit me. We were 2 weeks ago partying at a beer pong tournament, drinking, doing all that stuff. 2 weeks later, we're crying, 8 hours in, crying for the ending of abortion. And I realized how powerful God is, how real God is. And that was the moment I really realized revival is happening. So that went on for...
No, God!
In a minute. I'm going to open my journal here in a minute.
No, God, please, no! No!
Months, then we moved into
no!
They said, oh, you'll grow into it. It seats 500 people. The first night in our first building, there were people outside couldn't get in. And this revival went on for almost 10 years, the Awakening 209. Every single week, miracles, revival. My uncle, who's my pastor still to this day, traveled with me for 10 years. Rick Joyner found out about it, and I'll show you a clip of how, but he found out about it because Amber Brooks came to our house, and I got invited to speak with him, Reinhard Bonnke, Bob Jones. Mind you, I'm barely saved, guys. I don't even know the names of the 12 disciples. I'm saved 10 months, and he invites me to speak with Reinhard Bonnke, Bob Jones, and Rick Joyner on a massive stage, millions of people watching on God TV, a building that's seats 3,000. That was my first time ever being on a plane traveling, and from that moment, preaching the main night, here's this guy. Who is he? We don't know. But here he is. He has a house revival. He's preaching with Reinhard Bonnke the night after Reinhard Bonnke on God TV. And for me, that was the moment things really, and my traveling ministry started. The word got out, and when things started going crazy, that was the end of 2011, 2012. I traveled there for the next few years and preached, and then God just kind of opened up. But I remember even like one time I was at my job, I was so radically saved. And when you get radically saved, you all think like the world's ending tomorrow. And I remember being at Starbucks. I was praying for people in the drive-thru. Literally everyone at my job pretty much got saved. I was laying hands. We were seeing demons cast out. We were preaching at Starbucks, and we literally took over that Starbucks. And I remember one day thinking, I'm going to quit my job. I even called my mom. I said, Mom, I'm quitting my job because God is telling me to put a potato sack on. I literally had an image of myself wearing a John the Baptist potato sack. And then I was like, I don't even know where to buy a potato sack. But I thought I was going to wear this potato sack and go on the corner of Main Street in Yosemite by Walmart and preach that end was coming. But it was really that radical salvation, just crazy over and over again, just all these things happening. I would say too, you know, just for months, I'll share this as well. People say, well, how'd you learn to preach? I never learned to preach. For months, I would go to bed and I would wake up in my body at night, standing up, preaching full-on sermons. For months, this went on. My mom would say, oh, I heard you preaching again last night. I would literally wake up into my body preaching for, 3 or 4 months. I would never wake up in my bed. I would wake up either on my knees, on the corner of the room, on my back, on my side, because literally every night, I would wake up in the middle of the night and I'd be preaching full messages. And what God showed me was, I was teaching you to preach. The Holy Spirit was literally teaching me how to preach
and preach the good news of Jesus Christ. But today is special.
Learning to preach through the Holy
We'd
Spirit.
love for you to just hang in there with us and stand by with us and join with us. I have Ian Young Valentine all the way from the United Kingdom here with me in Florida, and Thomas Robinson, our regional director from the continent of Asia, the nation of India. A place where there are more than 1 billion people
we just discovered, y'all?
The gospel of Jesus Christ. And
What
friends,
is
today?
What the fuck is
a very
this?
significant day. This moment is a very significant moment. Before I bring Ian and Thomas in, I want to ask you this question. When
I don't know how the champ feels about this, y'all.
How can you apply that to your life?
I had to grab my belt, y'all. I don't know how I feel about this.
In the kingdom of God, or do you feel?
All right.
That's the question I have for you.
Are you filled with regret?
I'm going to get the answer.
Are you filled with regret? See, you should be.
The herbs in those two genomes. And if you go up to gorillas, you see that they have more that are on their own and fewer.
Sometimes you take over the stream and then you wish you didn't do that.
Orangutans, again, they have more that are limited to the orangutan lineage compared to their similarity with the gorilla and the human and the chimp lineage. So they have less in common with humans and chimps, even compared to gorillas, right? So again, you get this nested hierarchical pattern where you get less in common as you go further up in your level of diversity that you're looking at. So it's not looking at any one specific sequence and kind of tracing its evolution through all these groups. It's the pattern that forms when you look at them as a whole. And you look at the degree of similarity between things that by other measures, we say, okay, they're closely related. Therefore, we can predict they share X percentage of their herbs. And then you look at the kind of a group that's less closely related, say, okay, it's going to be Y, which is less than X percent. It's going to be Y percent. It's 5% less, whatever it is, right? And we can make these predictions and then verify that they do actually form the pattern we expect. So it's not tracing one specific sequence through its evolutionary history. It's the pattern that we see across these diverse sequences in diverse lineages, and the correlation or lack of correlation between them is what really brings out the common ancestry.
Okay, but I mean, you understand that from my perspective, it's of course a gorilla is going to be closer, right, in similarity, and so I mean.
I hear you, but no, I hear what you're saying. It's just that that's a testable hypothesis, and we can evaluate within those created kinds, right? So I think if I have it right, I think all the other great apes are a single created kind. Orangutans, gorillas, chimps, bonobos. I think those are all a single created kind by most models. So what we would expect then is to see all of them be more similar to each other because they're a created kind. right? And then humans are a separate created kind. Homo sapiens are a separate kind over here. We would expect them to be more similar to each other because they, in reality, share a common ancestor, whereas they do not share a common ancestor with us. Even if that ape common ancestor was created very similar to the Homo sapiens, right, to Adam and Eve, if they were created very similar, that ape common ancestor the descendants of that ape common ancestor should be more similar to each other than any of them are to us. But that's not what we see.
Okay.
That
in what
that's
way?
not what we
With the
see.
herbs or with mutations?
With the herbs, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, with the herbs. Because again, these are unconstrained sequences. They're just mutating, I won't say randomly, but they're mutating probabilistically. So any of the herbs that are created in this ape common ancestor, the pattern that we see in chimps, gorillas, orangutans in the modern world, those things should all be more similar to each other than any of them are to the herb pattern in Homo sapiens, because we don't, in actuality, share a common ancestor. So no matter how closely similar they were made at creation, just because, randomish mutations occur, there's no reason that chimps should mutate in a specific way that makes them more similar to us, while the gorillas and orangutans become more different from us over that same amount of time. There's no mechanism for that. There's no reason for that to happen in the model, in the separate ancestry model. But the common ancestry model exactly explains that pattern. That's the idea I'm trying to get across.
Okay, I'm not sure I get it. I might have to go back and listen to this a few times. So,
okay. I'm sorry. I know it's a lot.
It's a little overwhelming. Well, I guess, but maybe the point I'm trying to get at and trying to understand here is that, so the vitamin C got broken like that. Okay. It got broken separately, right? It got mutated.
Multiple different lineages. Yeah.
Okay. And so in that case, that's not an example for common ancestry, right?
Right. So you can look at each instance of breaking and do kind of a limited common ancestry within each example. But across all the different ones, you don't see the correlation there. Yeah, exactly. And we can do that. We can be sure of that because two reasons. One is that the mutations are just different, right? You can compare one set, one lineage of gulo pseudogenes to a different one, and you're going to see that the mutations that inactivate them are different. The other reason is that we can look at other sites in the genome and say, okay, do we expect them to have shared based on when this mutation would have happened or this inactivation would have happened? Do we expect them to share a common ancestor with that? Or would the common ancestor be too far in the past for that to have made sense? Would there be other lineages in there that don't have the pseudogene? So it seems, I feel like it seems contradictory that I'm saying in one case, yeah, we have this nice, neat nested hierarchy, common ancestry. In the other case, we have not a nested hierarchy. We have convergent evolution, right? We get the same phenotype, broken gulo pseudogene, but we get it through different ways, not the same mutations. And we say not common ancestry, and that's all consistent. The reason that's consistent is because in both cases, what we actually find in the world is the prediction made by the common ancestry model based on what we see in other parts of the genome. So we can say based on other parts of the genome, humans and chimps are the most similar to each other. Therefore, they should be the most similar when it comes to herbs. And we could do that,
right. But if only the unfixed herbs, only the unfixed herbs.
I know what you mean, yeah.
Okay, are actually herbs like endogenous retroviruses, and the fixed ones are actually something that were put there by God, right? Okay, I'm totally forgetting my point here, but what I'm saying is, then I would expect to see a similar thing put there by God in chimps to humans because we are more similar.
But here's I hear you, but here's the important thing. At least I think it's AIG's model has all the apes being a created kind, right? Apes, chimps, chimps, gorillas, orangutans. Meaning they share a common ancestor, not just at creation, but they share a common ancestor pair from the ark, right? So those three species would have it's actually for bonobos and there's other, whatever. Though all of those species, right, the non-human great apes would have shared a common ancestor. So there's no reason that one of them would be more similar to humans than any of the others, right? They're all equally related, which is to say they're not. They're related to each other, but not to us in actuality. So you can't say, well, they created chimps to be more similar. Well, chimps wouldn't have been the created type. It would have been the common ancestor of chimps, gorillas, orangutans. So the question stands, why are chimps more similar and not any of the other descendants? And why does it form this pattern that we see?
Right, but that's assuming AIG's model, which could very well be.
Oh, you could do it with a different model,
wrong.
sure.
You know,
yeah, sure. We could use a different model with more or fewer created kinds, but at some point in the model, you're going to run up against that exact problem. Because the nesting, no matter where you draw your lines in the model, the nesting crosses the lines. So at some point, no matter where you draw the lines, you run up against the problem I just described. It may not be for humans and chimps and gorillas and orangutans, but it's at some point you get to like, okay, if this thing, why is it more similar to this thing than this other thing if they don't actually share common ancestors, right? That's what you run up against.
Okay. I think Andrew Cumming had a question for you. Andrew, please put it in the chat again because it may be lost. And I appreciate the audience being here. But while you're getting ready to put up your question, I wanted to know, Dr. Dan, is there anything that we didn't cover that you feel like should be covered? Like, did you hit the major points?
I think we hit the major points in terms of the affirmative arguments for common ancestry for herbs and the hypothesis testing of the separate versus the common ancestry model. I will tell you, I watched with great interest your chat with Donnie from last week, and I took lots of notes on it, and I have several pages of corrections, but we'll not go through those because we'll be here all night, so we won't do that. But in terms of I think we hit the high notes.
Okay, well then we'll try to get Donnie on for a discussion and hopefully you guys can, talk about it, because obviously I don't have the expertise in this area, so I don't really know what the response is should be. So but sorry.
So I have, where is it? Where's the book? I have the book right here. Okay. I have this. This is what started this whole thing. I talked to Charles Jackson a few months ago. We ended up spending like 3/4 of our conversation talking about herbs. Donnie didn't like that. He had a long back and forth with Dr. Jackson. And then I was like, let's talk about herbs. And he's like, no, I don't have time to talk about herbs. And then he wrote a book about herbs. And someone bought the book for me. So then I reviewed the book about herbs. And now we're having this like game of telephone about herbs. And I will say there's a lot of problems with that. You saw the review. There's a lot of problems with that book. There's a lot of problems. So a lot of problems with that book.
Okay,
Donnie,
well,
let's
here's
talk.
Andrew's question, and if we have time, I'd like to ask Paleo Logos. He has a question too. But so he says, can he please give his thoughts on the idea that we know these differences are from mutations due to the probabilistic biases in their occurrence, transitions versus transversions?
Yeah, that's a really good question. So a little bit of background here. And then I also see Paleo Logos question. Hi, thanks for coming. And then I also hand waving the topic of function. Yeah, I got my fan club is here. So the idea that this goes back to the idea that not all mutations are equally likely. And that actually informs the models that we use when we are inferring common ancestry or evaluating relatedness, right? So we can say, for example, what Andrew says, transitions versus transversions. So there's two types of nucleotides. There's big ones called purines, and then there's small ones called pyrimidines. And within the DNA, you've always got a purine with a pyrimidine. So it's always a big with a small. And that's why the helix stays a constant diameter. You never have big with big or small with small. So when a big nucleotide, like an adenine, changes to the other big one, a guanine, that's called a transition. When a purine changes to a pyrimidine, or a pyrimidine changes to a purine, that's called a transversion. And transversions are much less common. So if you have, for example, an A to G transition, there's like, if two things have this exact same transition in the same place, there's like not a great chance, but like definitely not a zero chance that that's convergent evolution. If you have two things that have a specific transversion or a set of transversions that are all the same, so like A to T, C to T, or sorry, that's a transition, G to C, right? You have a bunch of transversions and they all match. that's really strong evidence of common ancestry because transversions as a type of mutation are relatively rare. So when you have several rare events that all line up, that indicates that they're common ancestors. So you can look at the type of mutation that's occurring in addition to what it specifically is, right? Is it this specific deletion, this specific single base substitution, whatever it is? You can evaluate the frequency of that class of mutation, and that can inform how you evaluate your phylogenies. So that's what Andrew's talking about.
Is your assumption that it's a mutation based on the idea of common ancestry? Like, what I mean is, like, are you lining up these genomes and being like, well, we know they had a common ancestor, and therefore we know this P or this, G doesn't fit here.
So actually, no. So what you're doing when you do that type of math is you're explicitly trying to evaluate if you can assign a specific mutation as being due to common ancestry or not. You're actually trying to distinguish between common ancestry and not common ancestry in that situation. So if you have like a specific mutation that for whatever reason is really super common, like a C to T mutations happen super all the time. They're just, for whatever reason, C to T mutations. We don't have to get into the reason because it's, complicated, but C to T happens all the time. So if you have one specific, you have a long sequence, right? And you've got a specific C to T mutation in there, like that's not super strong evidence that they like that if they share that C to T, that's not super strong evidence of common ancestry because C to T happens very quickly. That's a very common type of mutation. Whereas if you have like an A to C mutation, that's very rare. So that would result in a stronger assessment of common ancestry if you have a specific A to C mutation that is shared, or if you have a deletion that starts and ends at exactly the same point, right? That would lead you to be more confident in your analysis of common ancestry, right? That's the idea, is that you're not assuming common ancestry when you consider those things. You're actually using those differences in frequency to evaluate common ancestry. Yeah, that's a cool question.
Yeah. Okay, so can you ask Dr. Dan about the probability that viruses would become attached at the same regions of the genome when infecting different hosts?
Yeah, so this is a common
Check
thing
out my cool desk cam.
I haven't heard this too much lately because what I've been dealing with is a lot of the idea that herbs are actually not from viruses at all. But in the kind of side of creationism where they accept that herbs are actually derived from viruses, what the argument is
pretty swanky
to explain the nested hierarchical pattern is that, well, they have preferential insertion sites where they target, right? So it's not random that they inserted in all these different places and they just happen to match across these broad lineages. It's that, well, the viruses are going to specifically target these particular regions.
Yeah, and I actually bought a spaceship theme too that I'm going to work on.
A nugget of accurate information that is built on. And the accurate information that this idea is built on is that there are hotspots and cold spots for viral insertion. Different viruses tend to insert preferentially in different parts of the genome. It's not a like, I'm going to hone in on this specific part of the genome, but it's regions where they can kind of target. And sometimes it has to do with like being AT rich versus GC rich, for example, or it'll be a region that tends to be, it'll be near expressed genes because the genes are where the DNA is unwound. Whereas in the areas that we talked about before, if they're inactive, if they're methylated, then the DNA is all crunched up. So there's not the ability to grab onto that DNA and insert yourself. So you do see preferential insertion in specific places in the genome. And we can actually see this in viruses that cause cancer. We can see the hallmarks.
All right, y'all, I want to get some stuff done, but I'll keep playing this in the background.
Cancer. That's because some percent of the time it inserts in the vicinity of a gene that is highly implicated in cervical cancer.
Let's see.
HIV, one of the signs of HIV early in the AIDS pandemic was a specific type of skin cancer called Kaposi's sarcoma. Same idea. Not 100% of the time, not even a majority of the time, but some fraction of the time when that virus inserted, it tended to insert near some genes that were implicated in this type of cancer. So you tend to overexpress or break the regulation or whatever of those genes, and that leads to the cancer. So there are hot spots and cold spots for viral insertion, but like mutations as a whole, they're probabilistic. They're not deterministic.
Okay, well, thank you so much, Dr. Dan. It's been great having you on. And for those watching, Dr. Dan's channel is Creation Myths, and he does a lot of talking about this topic. So it was great having you on, Dr. Dan.
You know, I'm feeling, it is good that I watched this. I'm definitely feeling better about my appearance on her channel if I go on this Examining Evolution channel. I know she'll be cool on her other channel too, but I think she showed that she can, you know, she can hang in there, and I'll be able to have a good conversation with her. I don't think it'll move her any, but it'll be a good little chat. All right, I'm just bringing back some of my other monitors here so I can work on my other computer a bit. Maybe, maybe not. No. Nope. 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 Let's see. All right. There's 2, there's 3. Let's see if that brought back this computer, this monitor. Yeah, it did. All right, good, sweet. Let's go ahead and make that widescreen. Cool. Alrighty. Let's also go ahead and do some control stuff. Let's get rid of that second screen. We don't need that right now. Oh, that's the game capture, my bad. Wait, why is it? Oh, I see. I'm on the other thing. I forgot that I'm doing the transition. Sorry, y'all. Hang on a sec. Minis. There it goes. Okay, let's pull up the side cam. Perfect, perfect. Yay! Yay! This is what my looks like. My OBS set. Yay! Yay! Except my camera's frozen. Boo! Boo! Why is my camera frozen? Yeah, it's a gate that's on my mic. I could take it off. You'll just hear the air conditioner. That's why we put the gate on it, because the air conditioner is so loud. All right, let's see what happened to my camera. It froze. Oh, I plugged it into the thing instead of leaving it plugged into the laptop. All right, we'll see how long it lasts. All right, is it moving now? Cool, great. Yeah. What do you guys think? You want me to leave the gate on or off? It's up to you guys. Yeah, I like it on, actually. Just because it's so loud.
Stop
I'll turn the compressor down a little bit though. I don't need that up. That should be a little better. Just because it was turning it up a lot. Yeah, exactly. It should be better too. I turned the compressor down. That was making it a lot louder than it needed to be.
She hold me down on the days when I ain't feeling too up. I ain't even tripping cause she with me in the clutch. I go all out the way for ya. Take some time out my day for ya. I even took her on a plane, but she ain't even a drug.
All right.
I'm tripping, but they ain't even in love. In the morning I might lay.
Yeah, I did with the, it was the compressor mostly, turning it up a lot.
But I know I'm never tripping. The signs say I'm in love. Mary Jane is different cause she ain't even a drug. She be there every day for me. She my sweet Mary Jane shorty. I even took her on a plane, but never enough. Some say I'm tripping. She turned me into the plug. She be there dealing way with me. She be there to take the pain from me. The homie said that I'm tripping, but all they do is get drunk. Smoking on the wax, they thinking.
Alright, I also made it a little bit, I put some more attack on it so it doesn't open so suddenly. It should be a little smoother.
She go running every day with me. Take the kids out to play with me.
Let me hear that. Yeah, so it won't open quite so suddenly. And it's dry now. There's nothing behind it. Let me see. I could probably go as high as maybe 60 even. Yeah, so it just opens a little bit less dramatically.
Take some time out my day for you. I even took her on a plane, but never enough. Some say I'm tripping, but they ain't even in love. In the morning I might lay with you.
All right.
In the afternoon I play with you.
Appreciate the feedback. Thank you guys. All right, let's get some work done. Did I really go with Chrome? I guess that's fine. No, it's not. Let's just go with Brave. All right, and let me get you guys looking at the right screen.
Oh, Guardian. Yeah. Whoa.
All right, let me see.
Long live John Tio. Nigga lost so many, I got no conscience. Lost my whole right hand, had to keep grinding. Had to check up on my circle, it ain't no rhombus. Still remember mom's call, told me about Johnny. Sitting back in the chair, thinking she lying. Then I listen close here and she crying. Then it get dark, but it's like, cause you know for a fact God do it all in time and questioned it all. But I stopped there, John put me on to some fly shit. Louis V for the baggage. Mistakes we ain't gramming. Should've showed you the plan here. Matching tux at the Grammys. Dog, your family, my family. Look out the plane, still see damage. But now look over the modes. Going down as the greatest. Just to get to the top and show all the gain that you gave me. Y'all in this verse like my mom. Never bye, see you later. Rest in peace, Jonathan Tio. That's my bro, miss you daily. Goddamn, yeah. Ain't no hook for the shit, I just miss my dog. My bro. Ain't no hook for the shit, I just miss my dog. Ain't no hook for the shit, I just miss my dog. My dog. Yeah.
Oh, let me put Rebecca on. Hang on.
Ain't no hook for the shit, I just miss my bro.
Oh wait, that was over. I guess that's what happened. All right, let me put something else on.
And I'm gonna say some shit that, like, this is documented. You know, I got a TED talk. I forgave my brother's killer, and I'm saying it to say this. nigga that killed my brother. My brother died in my grandma's arms. That house that we grew up in.
I am going to rag his monkey ass because he's a Christian apologist. And gang, if there's one thing Ravi Zacharias is good at, it is fucking a question so hard that by the time he circles back and kind of slightly answers it, it's not the same thing. I've seen, again, he's one of these fucking predators. Go to college campus, give a lecture, and then here's some, again, fuckface Ravi Zacharias. This is what they do, gang. I told you, there is no place that you can go where they are not prepared to beat you there. They have an answer to every single last, because this is their job. This is Christian debate me bro bullshit. Then you got some 19, 20-year-old, fucking college sophomore getting up there and asking Ravi Zacharias a question. And I can't remember the question, but the kid was an atheist. And I'm quite sure it had something to do with morality and shit like that. And by the time, again, it was like, so the kid asked a question and Ravi sat there. It was like, so, you're an atheist. So that means you believe in material. And he just rattled off 29 things that this kid never said.
Oh, that's my cousin.
So now,
That's my cousin. Airplane mode. It's airplane mode. His name is OG Roddy.
And again, he's fast talking. He always talks about how he went to Cambridge, which I actually don't think he did. I think that was proven to be a lie. But again, used car salesman like tactics. And before you know it, you're like, yeah, Ravi, you're right. All right, so here we go. So that's what fuckface Ravi Zacharias used to do. Now, this one is entitled Angry Skeptic Tries to Challenge Fuckface Ravi Zacharias. Yes, it says fuckface. And apparently he instantly regrets it. Gang, I don't think even I am strong enough to make it through the entirety of this tape. Roll the tape.
And historical examples for a second. All night you guys have been grappling with issues like morality and what is right, what is wrong, and meaning. But my question is simply, why are you so afraid of subjective moral reasoning? I mean, do you think that we're all just going to start raping and pillaging?
Good question.
Just because we don't have a book to tell us what to do?
Good question.
Are you afraid of that? Like, I'm not, because that's not going to happen. And that, yeah, Nazis were bad, but there were Christian Nazis and there were atheist Nazis. So I don't see, what are you so afraid of?
Lock the door at night?
Okay, go fuck yourself. Pause the tape. Now the audio isn't, the music in the background is them putting little videos up and, so the question was, why are you so afraid of subjective morality? I'll argue all morality is subjective. And again, it's something that I remember when I became an atheist. I didn't change. I was the same guy. Again, my mom would always say, your heart's too fucking big, right? Who'd you help today, motherfucker? And I do that now, even though I'm a fucking atheist, right? So the kid was like, look, he has subjective morality. The kid is like, I don't go around raping and everything else. And fuckface Ravi Zacharias gets up, and this is a very common comeback, gang. And it is, do you lock your door at night? Yeah, you know what, fuckface? I do too. But I'm not doing it because of the 100. I'm doing it because the 101st. Yeah, I want to make sure that I am safe. I believe the majority of my neighbors are pretty decent. You want to know why? Because I'm pretty decent. And it's a pretty safe bet. And there are times where I have forgotten to lock my doors, and you'll never guess what. There wasn't a stranger standing over my bed with a Bowie knife. Right? So again, I wear my seatbelt. I have insurance. I exercise. I do everything I can to remain as safe and healthy as possible. It's not a guarantee, but I'm just trying to increase my odds of fucking survival, numbnuts. It's not because I think everyone out there is depraved, but that's what Christianity pushes. Let's roll the tape.
Sure.
Exactly. Fuckface Zachariah. I love this guy so much. I'm gonna try to get him on my channel soon.
My goodness. If we weren't afraid of all of this, we would not be in a national debt.
What?
The billions,
China is secular.
Sorry?
China is secular.
Sorry?
China is secular.
That's right. What does that
I
mean?
mean, they're not raping and pillaging, and neither are we.
Oh my, oh my, oh my.
Oh, here we go.
Oh my. Have you read what happened during...
You know what? Pause the tape. This is very condescending now, right? Again, when he dropped the bomb, the whole, do you lock your doors at night? And the audience reacted. He kind of did that fuckface Donald Trump. Go fuck yourself, right? And now he's being condescending to the kid who's talking about, well, China is secular, right? Oh my, oh my, oh my. Have you not read? I don't think I'm going to like his answer. Roll the tape.
The Red Guards Rebellion. Have you read what happened during the Boxer Rebellion? Do you know who has killed more people in the 20th century than China and Russia? 60 million apiece.
I just spelled trash like a professional.
It makes the Holocaust seem tame. The 20th century became the bloodiest century in history. And the reason it became the bloodiest century...
Pause the tape. Fuck nuts. Again, this is what my mother always used to tell us, right? You make sure that your house is clean before you go clean someone else's, right? Same thing here, fuck nuts. There is no such thing as a perfect society. No, but you shut the fuck up. We're not a fallen creation. Shut the fuck up. Grow up. Shut the fuck up. I'm just frustrated now. Probably because I haven't slept. Robert, go fuck yourself. This motherfucker. Before you start pointing out Boxer's Rebellion and all this other stuff, what about Mao Zedong? What about Stalin? Stop it. And I know they weren't real Christians. But Christians, before you start ragging secular societies, without just saying, well, those weren't real Christians, there's a whole bunch of shit that you have to answer for first. Right? I can go all day on the Catholic Church. I can go all day on the fucking Crusades. I can go all day on what's happening in America right now that are Christian-based fucking initiatives.
What up, Cameron? Right? What up, Cameron? I see you.
But again, you guys got your objective morality, right?
Yeah, that's why I like this guy so much.
It does not affect the bottom line one fucking ounce. And your piddly-ass excuse that this is a fallen creation is just that, a fucking excuse. So go ahead, let's hear him rag other societies. Come on.
In history, I can see is you could just see the weapons of our warfare were piling up and there was no guiding principle to take us anywhere. Now, in a perfect world, yes, we don't need to be afraid. Have you seen what happens in our courts of law, where people supposedly love each other and all that comes about in hate and vitriol and damage?
Again, I don't know what the hell I'm talking about.
Oh, finally. Robert, we're watching Gin and Truth. I was trying to get this. I'm trying to get some stuff going. The bot wasn't really working right yet. I think it's better.
As what are you afraid of? I'm just saying it is basically unlivable. I didn't conclude that. An atheist like Jean-Paul.
And listen to me. I'm sick of it. I'm taking the gloves off.
More people in the 20th century than the previous 19 put together.
Because what?
And your question is, what are we afraid of? The fact of the matter is,
Woo!
Pause the tape again. Shut the fuck up, Robbie fuckface Zachariah. Go fuck yourself. Right again.
I love it. I need it. This is the energy I'm trying to bring on the channel.
Frustrating. Can you tell? Listen.
Oh, this guy is word wrestling entertainment material, folks. We just got to handle some business right now.
And we still don't have anything to stop. If you are motivated to commit a crime, you're going to commit the crime. That's the bottom line.
That just is what it is, my friends.
A friend of mine in college was raped at gunpoint. It was fucking terrible.
Oh my goodness.
It's one of the major reasons why I teach women self-defense. It's a day I'll never fucking forget. And I drove her to this police station. I went through all the steps with her. Gang, it's fucking terrible. And I still remember the two things that I remember the most.
Ruh-roh. Uh-oh. Uh-oh, what did I do?
With the last detective.
Oh, no, that was him. That wasn't me.
And he gave her some advice.
Yeah, that's his audio.
Get a fucking dog. Be it a poodle, a Pomeranian, or a pit bull, it doesn't matter. Dogs' barks are deterrents. It's not a guarantee. They're just deterrents. They hear a dog outside your door or inside your apartment, most aren't going to sit and wait to figure out what kind of dog that is. 1A, he told her, go buy a 12-gauge shotgun. She was tiny, gang, absolutely tiny. And I was just like, are you sure? I don't know guns, but I think that's a pretty powerful weapon. And I remember the detective saying, it goes something like this, whether you know guns or not, he said that is a very distinctive sound. You may not be able to tell me what gauge that is, but you know what that means. And he said, worst comes to worst, right? It takes no aim. And I remember him saying, see this wall behind me? It's like, yeah. If she were to shoot a 12 gauge, that wall would be gone, right? That's when I learned what spray was.
Yep. I'm with
Number 2, but the biggest thing I'll never forget, he said, and it was true. You cannot stop a motivated criminal from committing a crime. You know what, gang? He was right. By the time the police department get there, more times than not,
off sync though, so they don't go at the same time. But whatever, I'll clean them up. I'm gonna clean them up.
That diatribe is this right here, gang. Again, this bullshit argument. Subjective.
But at least I had them before they were going crazy. They somehow got set to a minute. I reset them to an hour. They're a lot better now. They don't come that often.
It does not affect the bottom line. 1 fucking ounce.
But they need to be cleaned up. Nobody reads them the way they are now. It's just a wall of text.
Mission is to be the last person standing during a debate. Oh yeah, this is the shit right here. Nothing sounds better than objective morality. But when you're not giving 2 shits about word games and you're actually trying to help out to make the world a better and safer place, you don't care. So again, let's just play a little bit more of this bullshit and listen to his nonsense. But again, according to him and Frank and everyone else, objective morality does exist. Therefore, their God is real. Well, without the fucked up ass excuse, I need a drink game. Without the fucked up ass excuse that this is a fallen creation, the bad shit still happens. Roll the tape. I'm going to have a stroke. It's not even 6 o'clock in the morning yet.
To choose to just zing one through your forehead and say, that's my answer. You know, how do you stop that? Obviously, you don't believe that's the way it should be. Neither do I. So it's not a case of what am I afraid of. It's a case of the fact that if you're willing to say to me that moral reasoning can be purely subjective, I just say to you, look out, you ain't seen nothing yet if everybody believed what you did. Do you know?
Pause the tape. That's a threat. That's a fucking threat. Right? And I've had Christians pull this bullshit too. The whole, well, are you sure there's no God? Well, I mean, it's not that I'm making a claim, but if I was a betting man, you know what they would say? You want to bet your life on it? Christians, please tell me how this is loving. Again, this is literally no fucking difference.
22 fucking files. This shit is so dope.
That's all this is. Right? Again, we'll wait to
find
out. All right, y'all.
And now y'all going to see,
I've heard Jim Brugenkate say that
real
shit.
quick, we're going to switch over.
Dang, I can't stand Christian apologists. Roll the tape. I'm making a grocery list at the same time I'm listening.
Funny, interesting. When I was in the Soviet Union, former Soviet Union.
Yeah.
Stalin.
No, Stalin, here we go.
15 million of his active. And at the Center for Geopolitical Strategy, they didn't want to even name his name and so on. His daughter, Svetlana, made the comment. It is quoted both by Malcolm Muggeridge in his writings and by historian Paul Johnson in Modern Times. Svetlana was standing by the bed.
Dude, get to the fucking point!
Before he died. She said the last thing he did was clench his fist to the heavens one more time, put his head back on the pillow, and he was gone. This is his daughter.
Pause the tape. Atheist or mad at God, right? Because that's what they always pull out. What about Stalin? What about Mao? What about Mao Zedong? What about whoever the fuck the other ones are? with his last motion was apparently he cursed God. Again, this is fuckface Ravi Zacharias. Now, again, we're not making it through, but with 8 minutes left, he's just going to sit there and now just pile a whole bunch of dog shit on top of the original question, which is, why are you afraid of subjective morality? Roll the tape.
Raising the question. What
I'll be right back, yo.
To have that kind of hatred when 15 million were killed of his own people, it is interesting that the faculty members and the general who chatted with me there, my wife will tell you, sat around the table with tears in his eyes when he watched what had been done to his own country by his own leadership.
Yeah.
So subjective morality would be very good if we all wanted to be nice people and live around each other without any fear of each other.
Again, pause the tape. He's absolutely right. There are some sociopaths out there. There are some psychopaths out there. There are people who put pineapple on pizza and cheer for the Atlanta Falcons. The world's a very fucked up place. But when you are a Christian, you have to see that portion of the population as all of us. Right? Again, you've got people who are like, well, I jerked off. That makes me just as bad as the serial rapist and the murderer. It's like, no, it doesn't. You touched yourself in your fucking groin until you blew one all over yourself. Right? Again, but everything they do has to be bad. Because if not, what did Jesus die for? So again, he's taking that portion of society, which again, exists whether his God exists or not. And all your excuses, Christians, about how this is a fallen creation is not going to stop the next crime from happening. So again, he's leaning on this incredibly meager victory. Because Christian Apologetics 101, you have to be the last person standing in a debate. It's like fuckface Greg Kokel. These are tactics. Roll the tape.
The reason you lock your doors, and the reason we have our police, and the reason we have our military, and the reason we have our law courts is because when subjective morality becomes totally subjectivized, this is what happens in society. So it's a great idea, but I hope nobody absorbs it. Thank you.
Frank Turek, the well-known co-author of the book, I Don't Have Enough Faith to Be an Atheist, said.
Okay, first and foremost, he can go fuck himself. So, gang, hold on. Okay, this dude ripped a clip. This is Pastor Kyle Bailey. Now, I was going to go and shut the fuck up. Now he's talking about fuckface Frank Turek. Oh, you guys know how much I love to hate fuckface Frank Turek. Let's see what he has to say. Roll the tape.
If there's no objective morality, then love is no better than murder. At first glance, this statement appears to be quite extravagant to say.
Pause the tape. No, at first glance, it's fucked up. Gang, I saw a tweet from fuckface Frank Turek during the week, not 3 or 4 days ago. And again, it's a whole, if there is no God, a handshake is no different than rape. Christians, all of you, stop doing that. You have no idea. Or you don't care. Or actually, you're the evil fuckfaces that you're talking about. Stop doing that. You have no idea how insensitive that makes you sound. So again, let's see what fuckface Frank Turek had to say. Again, when you lay down with dogs, your monkey ass gets up with fleas. If you're going to lean on that bullshit, please go fuck yourself. Roll the tape.
The least. Any rational person knows that there's a stark contrast in murder.
Yeah, no
isn't
shit.
it absurd to say that there is a world where these two things could be equal? Surprisingly enough, the world of moral relativism lays the groundwork for this kind of absurdity to exist in real time. The fact that we all know innately that love and murder are opposite concepts on the moral spectrum is reason to believe that moral relativism is...
Pause the tape, he can go fuck himself. They will debate random atheist X. Why is it that most of us, choose to love versus going on killing sprees? They'll go on debates. Right? But you know who they never seem to talk to? A fucking sociologist. That is the study
I
of
do too.
human
I really
behavior.
like this guy. I think he's right now my favorite YouTuber.
Player, a volleyball player, a golfer. You can ask all the sports except for an actual baseball pitcher on how to throw an effective curveball. Now, when the linebacker says, I've got no fucking clue. When the volleyball player says, I don't know, throw it like this. When the golfers, if you want a baseball answer, ask a fucking baseball player. There's lots of them.
Let's play Ask an Evolutionary
You can
Biologist.
sit there and go to college campuses.
Featuring me,
Fucking an
the
architect.
snarkiest evolutionary biologist you've ever
Go to
met.
college campuses and do these fucked up ass debates. Find a sociology department. There is an answer for this. Or at minimum,
Y'all will be making a lot more content with a lot more scientists. Your favorite reality streamer, Pocketlocker, is going to be bringing you some behind the scenes science goodies here on the Pocketlocker channel.
Roll the tape.
A bankrupt ideology.
And maybe some
In
stuff on the
world
Jay Bundy
of
channel
relative
too.
Morality, we find that the definition of right and wrong is decided by popular opinion and human desire. This means that one society could consider murder as a grievous crime, while at the same time
Pause the tape. I've heard this bullshit before. Right? Well, what about so morality's based on, the population? Yeah, I don't know. Ask a fucking sociologist. Well, what if there's a society that all they want to do is murder? Then that society's going to die out. Yeah, that's what's going to happen. The societies that come together and make somewhat of a kind of agreement, you know what? I'm going to tell you what. I'm not going to steal your shit. You don't steal mine. Good to go? Okay. It's the societies that are based on violence and all kinds of bullshit are the societies that burn themselves out. There's your simple answer. You may not like it. It may not be godly, but that's your answer. So again, please continue, Christians and Christian apologists, please continue to not talk to people who can give you an actual answer so you can just sit here and continue to spin your bullshit. Just a little bit more, gang. Come on.
different society could consider murder as a utilitarian good, and neither could say that the other is acting immorally. The need for a transcendent and objective moral code is made obvious by the morally bankrupt nature of relativism. Unless absolute morality exists, morality itself is an illusion. Most people would see it as self-evident.
Pause the tape, end the tape. He can go fuck himself. I gotta take a piss anyway. Again, these questions, they actually have answers. But he's gonna sit there and look at a fucking camera and just sit there and fucking wax and just bullshit. There are answers to these questions. Now again, my uneducated ass, but I'm just talking as a self-defense teacher, I don't give two shits about your argument about objective morality. Because whether it's subjective or objective, all that matters is the bottom line. So please continue to pound your chest that you can say X. But X does not give anyone comfort. X does not help someone who just survived something fucked up, gives them no tools on how to get up and over and get past this traumatic event. So again, Christians, please continue. Like, at least it's objective morality. I won that debate. Go win your debate. Congratulations. I'm not even going to enter into that contest with you. I, like a whole bunch of others, we're going to go out there and get our hands dirty. Because that's what's right. Please continue thoughts and prayers. Please continue to brag that you have objective morality. I'm going to go to work tomorrow and I'm going to go help out. Go fuck yourselves. Gang, thanks to the world's greatest teacher. I'm looking at the clock again. And I'm pressing up on the 29-minute mark. You know the drill. Say it with me. The weasel's about to be trained. I'm about to freshen up this list of motherfucking Hendrix. Now I'm back for part 3 of Gin and Truth. Let's go.
All right, let me, I want to find something I haven't seen of his. Let's see what we've got up here. I want to find something I have. Did it just start playing me on my own video or under the Jay Bundy channel? It's like, Jay Bundy, you want to watch Pocketlocker, don't you? I am Pocket Locker, goddammit. Although I was talking to myself on my channel, so hey, whatever. I want gin and truth. Let's go sipping on gin and truth. I'm gonna go get myself some alcohols. Bloop. Bloop.
YouTube, you are back up and running, and Hulk's. YouTube, you are up and running. Dynamite! All right.
I'll start this over.
YouTube, now you are up and running. Up from the depths, 30 stories high, breathing fire, sit in the sky, Godzilla. Godzilla. You guys remember that Saturday morning cartoon? Holy shit, me and Berkey used to love Godzilla. You guys remember Godzilla's kid's name? Godzuki. You guys remember that? Is that the very... Now we got to do it. Go fuck yourselves. Hold on. I'm not even sorry. Oh, man, this shit was fantastic. Again, today's kids, go fuck yourself. Godzilla. I can't even spell Godzilla. We're going to listen to it, gang. It's going to happen. Godzilla... cartoon. All right. Holy shit, it was from 1978. All right, you got to hear it. You got to hear it. You guys ready? Roll the tape. Wait for it.
Up from the depths, 30 stories high, breathing fire, his head in the sky. Godzilla, 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 and Godzilla.
Today's kids, go fuck yourself. Your little fucking anime. Shut the fuck up. Godzuki always fucked up everything, right? Half the adventure was watching Godzilla fuck some shit up, and then Godzuki would hit the scene and fuck shit up. So now Godzilla's got to work double time to make sure that his son doesn't get fucking waxed and still fucking wreck shop. That was a great fucking show. But gang, let's sit in with the first one of the day. I got to do this one. I was setting up, and I saw some shit, so now I got to rant about some shit. And it's about fuckface Ted Cruz. Again, this may just be the whole fucking show, a quick 2-minute rant, then I'm going to go cry. Because I live in Texas. I know some of you guys live in fucking Texas. And I really have to sit here, because I've been saying this for a long ass time. One, if you always do what you've always done, you will always get what you've always gotten. And I've always put Texans up to a standard, right? And be like, are you ready to make a change? Gang, I got to start realizing that maybe this is who Texas is. Again, for the 1,000,000,000th time, you do not get his job by just simply walking in and filling out a damn application, right? That means enough Texans have seen...
Sorry about that. That was me on the speaker. Cheers, everybody. Whatever you got out there. Hope you guys are having a good evening.
Enough Texans have said, that's my man. We've done it 3 times. Okay? It's not like you just started being a useless sack
I got some of that good shit, y'all.
This has been Ted Cruz.
I got some of that Maker's Mark. Pretty tasty.
And over half of Texas says, I'm going to keep voting for Ted Cruz. Now, at this point, gang, everyone knows everything Theodore does is an act. I told you, he's a cuck. It does not matter how
Iron Cherry T, I hope I'm playing the link you wanted. Let me know.
The fact is, you said the word Ted Cruz. That's all he cares about. He's a petulant child, right? He does not tell the difference between, hey, attaboy, Ted, and fuck you, Ted. All he heard was Ted. Right? He loves this attention.
All he heard was Ted.
When his monkey ass got
this guy's so funny.
Going to Cancun, and he sailed
and
his bad built ass back.
He made it seem like he would definitely interview me.
An interview on the Sean Hannity
interview with
show,
me. So
and Sean juggled his nuts in his
yeah, we could have fun.
Then, if you remember, Texans, his monkey ass did a photo op
All right, y'all. Here's what I want to do. Let me see. Let's bring up my other camera.
Handed out like a plate of barbecue and a case of water, like try to kiss an old lady. Seriously. Then they blew up the camera angle, and you realize, again, he was in an empty parking lot. It was staged. Everyone has seen the pictures of fuckface Ted Cruz praying with the Uvalde survivors. Sitting there and acting buck, standing behind fuckface Greg Abbott when Beto O'Rourke was like, again, go fuck your formalities, everybody. Right? Oh, it just wasn't the right time. Go ask the 21 families that. And he's sitting there with his bad built self, and Beto gets up and, wrecks shop. What did Ted Cruz do? With all those DPS, like, sit down, Again, he just loves the attention. You can't sit here and jerk off the Uvalde survivors and then speak at the NRA convention. You can't do it. Gang, but to get to it so I can move on to something else, because again, at this point, I'm just pissing in a box fan. I'm convinced. Here's the tweet. Ted Cruz has had the time to tweet 73 times. He got paid for 3 speaking engagements, was on cable news 11 times, and held a fundraiser. What he didn't do this weekend was...
All right, I'm switching to my other computer.
Wait. Oh, what he didn't do... I was about to say, Robert, go fuck yourself. What he didn't do this weekend was attend not nary a...
And I'm going to start to edit those files over here. So I just press a button and it'll switch which computer those hard drives are attached to. So now those files will come over to this computer.
Just a photo op. To sit there and say, I'm lifting these people up in prayer. Again, that dinner, he, his wife, and his 2 kids ate at a sushi restaurant. Gang, I don't like sushi, but I can tell you this shit is expensive.
Excuse me while I kiss the
walk out of there without at least dropping $200 to $300. And then someone came and interrupted him, and what did people do? What? Now we're just gonna start interrupting politicians during their family.
Iron Cherry Teal, where's the link at?
And again, when dude started to get a little bit up in Ted's shit, right? Again, you saw Ted kind of motion to his security, even though he called everyone else elite, because apparently elite is bad now, right? Oh, the liberal elites with their bodyguards. Gang, I actually saw it. Nobody spends. No one in Ted's position spends more money on personal security than Ted Cruz. And you saw him kind of, right? And then as they're separating them, YouTube, you can see me. Podcast as you can't. But I'm bucking up, right? You put his hands on his hips, try to buck up like he had the wingspan of like Flex Wheeler from fucking 1999. Go fuck yourself. If you don't know who Flex Wheeler is, look that dude up.
Oh, here, maybe
that's
in
who
here?
Represents us, Texas. I just belch. Hashtag unprofessional. That one tasted like anger.
Yeah, Iron Cherry Teal, where's the link at?
All the bullshit about lifting the Uvalde people up in prayer. What else did you have to do, Ted? What was so fucking important? Again, I'm going to keep saying it because I want there to be a change. Texans, are you ready to make a change yet? Are you tired of this poser representing us? Now I'm going to ask myself a question. Robert Reed, are you ready to accept the fact that there's a good chance this is the state you live in? That your standard was entirely too high. Your expectations were totally ego-driven, right? Maybe me and the people like me, maybe we are actually the minority in this fucking state. Maybe Ted Cruz is exactly what Texans want. And that makes me sad. But gang, let's move on to the big daddy of the day. Switching topics, you know how we do it on this show. Hold on, you know what time it is. And delicious gin and truth. Let's go. Let's move this goddamn fan. It's hot than a motherfucker. Gang, we're going to spend the entirety of today. Oh, where's Buddy? Get your monkey ass up here. We're going to spend the entirety of the day trashing the concept of Christian persecution. Now, Christians, Shut the fuck up. You're not persecuted. You're just not. And like every other Christian, because again, it's almost like they're reading from the same book.
Drop it in the. Are you on our Discord? Drop it in the Discord.
Every time you ask a Christian here in the States about their persecution, the first thing they do
I think if you drop it in the Discord on the stream chat, it'll come on. I can see it.
I don't doubt that for 1 second, but we live in the Bible Belt. So you know good and goddamn well I'm talking about what's going on right here. Now again, I will probably
Or actually, I could just make you a mod. Actually, it's pretty fast. I always forget how fast that is.
You run this joint, fucking enjoy it, right? Stop acting like this, and you don't want it. Because when you, again, it's not persecution, but when you get any kind of feedback, you guys fold like a fucking house of cards.
All right, go ahead. You can. You should be able to drop the link now.
He's been a little antsy fucker. You give someone some food and some care and some TLC, all of a sudden they get like energized. Dude, just go bump your head somewhere else. All right, back on topic. Gang, I put Christian persecution up there with one of the main reasons.
I mean, my heart's beating. My heart's beating. My hands are shaking. My hands are shaking.
Why Donald Trump won the White House in 2016. Get that off my goddamn screen. What happened? What happened? Never fuck with shit. Hold on.
Boom, headshot. Boom, headshot. Boom, headshot.
Part of the reason why Donald Trump
These are edited really cleanly. All
is because
right, here's the one I should edit.
Boom, head.
Portion of the United States population, white guys, an unearned sense of victimhood.
Is that an edit?
They got all the attention of being a victim, but they didn't have to pay any of the cost. So much, in fact, that it literally became kind of, Republican buzz.
Boom, headshot.
Oh, that's just the window. Okay, let's edit this. That's what I came in here to do, some editing. All right, the other thing is these are loud as hell, but that's kind of all right. They're normalized. We'll take care of that in a second.
It really? Yeah, Robert, I mean, you don't see
Boom, headshot.
White man.
Yeah, they're
Boom,
normalized.
headshot.
Oh, yeah, they're going all the way to 0. Okay, that's fine.
Please.
That's probably a good way to keep them all, and then we'll take it from there.
We're one of the last groups that it's okay
with the fader.
to make fun of. I mean, people made a joke about me.
What do I need to do?
That's what you call a hard time? Fuck nuts?
Boom! Headshot!
Are you fucking kidding
That's not
me?
what I'm trying to
Walk
do.
it off. Right
Let's
again, who's
go
the fucking
here
snowflake
to
now,
here.
bitch? You're worried about fucking... Like, shut the fuck up. You're worried about a joke. Well, you know what everyone else is worried about? You. Right? White dudes, you wield so much fucking power up in this bitch. I mean, shut the fuck up. Right? You're
Boom! Headshot!
Joke. I'm afraid of you.
All right, now
Shut the fuck up.
save
Same
that.
thing here. Same thing the fuck here. Christian, you sit here and you scream about persecution and how hard you got it. And I still remember the very first Christian that brought this shit up. Right? You're like, well, Robert, I mean, I totally understand why you're being atheist. I mean, because it's so easy to be an atheist. You're so accepted. What? It's like, no, but it's really hard being a Christian. I mean, we're totally persecuted. I'm like, where? Where are you persecuted? Not here in the fucking States. Yeah, Robert, I mean, the
Don't save the project.
It's really bad. I was like, demonstrate. Tell me. I want to hear it. Right? Because
I love it. Don't ask me again, please,
in
though.
your Bible studies, isn't it?
Dude, I've
When
already
every other
purchased
Christian
it.
Just sit there and,
Oh,
no,
Masters Edition?
We're totally persecuted, Shut the fuck up.
Get out of here.
Right? And I kept knuckling this person down. And gang, I will never forget her answer.
Two will see the glory of God. Hallelujah.
Let it go.
All right, let me.
She said, Robert, people laugh at us. What? Are they shooting like arrows at you at the same time? Right? Are they fucking chasing you like fucking Franklin? Fire, fire. Then they have like pitchforks and fucking... What the fuck are you talking about? Are you serious? She's like, yeah, Robert, I mean, they laugh at us. And I'll never forget what I told her. Stop having laughable beliefs.
Let's go output 7 and 8.
You are a grown-ass woman with 2 fucking children.
I just want out 7 and 8 USB.
Fucked you at least twice. You know good and goddamn well you got to get some fucking mayonnaise pumped inside your vajayjay in order to get pregnant.
Right, so now it's here on a fader.
In a big motherfucking house.
So I can edit it.
You
Sweet.
know fucking how babies are made.
And you guys can see that. Yeah, you guys can see
will see the glory of God.
But that's your idea.
Hallelujah.
Right? Again, here's
Oh, you're not
something
seeing
else
my
you probably hear me
screen
say
now.
a
Hang
million
on.
times
Let me
today.
fix that. Sorry.
Again, when you don't not, I've been saying this in season 1. Okay, I need to write a fucking book. Every once in a while, I'm like, you're not as dumb as what you smell, Robert Reed, back on topic. I've been saying this since season 1. Literally since season 1. When you don't know what hard times actually is,
Oh, I gotta
you
switch the gamepad
up.
over, maybe. Yeah.
And what you make up is normally so mind-blowingly stupid. I can't believe they let you off your chain during the daylight hours. I mean, when I hear American Christians scream persecution, again, like I said about the white dude example, Christians, you are afraid of constructive criticism. You know what everyone else is afraid of? Christians. Right? You guys love to sit here and jerk off to your non-existent fucking persecution. But you would not trade places with people who are actually persecuted if someone paid you money. You wouldn't, because you wouldn't know how to fucking act. Okay, I got some fucking videos, of course. So we're going to roll some tapes, and Uncle Bobby's going to react to some fucking tapes. Hold on, there was one I want to start out with. Is this the one?
2 will see the...
You know what? What about this one? Hold on. The Christian person.
All right, hang on a sec. Let me try to figure this out real quick. All right, I'm gonna duplicate these desktops. All right, and I'll try to go over to the other one. Oh, okay, it is working, right? Okay, I just had something else on the screen. Perfect, perfect, perfect. Oh, yes, yes, yes. Here, this is what we want. All right, good, 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 good. All right, let's, yeah, yep, perfect. Looks good, looks good. All right. Oh, I know what I meant to do. All right, I'm gonna go back over there for a second so that I can keep that on for you guys. Hang on one sec. I wanted to keep that one on extension. Sorry. And it.
Persecution is very real, despite the claims otherwise. Now, gang, I can all but guarantee what's going to end up being talked about throughout all these fucking videos, Saudi Arabia, they're going to talk about everywhere but America. Now, before I roll these fucked up ass tapes, here's something else you'll probably hear me say a lot of today. I'm not minimizing what happens in Saudi Arabia, right? Some of the stories I've heard are all kinds of fucked up.
All right, now you guys can see me editing.
This is not a battle cry. Keep your hands to yourself. I disagree with Christians, but I would like them to live to see the next day. Why? Because I want to do the same, right? You know, before we roll this fucked up ass tape, I remember getting close to a friend of mine who's a Christian. We both suffered horrible losses at about the same time. Now, I've got no jokes.
Two will see the glory of God.
Hallelujah. She's moved on the best she can. She's remarried. I think she's happy now. But they were missions. And they went over, I can't remember where. And again, it actually made national news. That's how fucking brutal it was. But they went over to teach
will see the glory
and also
of God.
to tell these people. Hallelujah. And it was a highly Muslim populated area of the world. Basically, they went into their house and said, you're doing it wrong. Now, again, no jokes. And I'm not sitting here saying he deserved it. He did not. Her husband got up one morning. He went jogging. He never came back. Let's just say he got fucked up. And I mean badly. I don't want that man to die. Matter of fact, I'm looking at his book. She gave me a copy of his book.
What?
He was a pastor where she went to church, or one of the pastors. I wish he was still alive. I don't wish what she went through on fucking anybody.
I thought I purchased WavePad.
Again, I want to make sure I'm talking about this with extra care. But something else you're going to hear about a common thread throughout all these topics or different tapes. Christians, it's amazing how much better you are treated when you treat other people okay. Again, I don't wish death, especially like that, on anybody. But again, when you walk into my house and you tell me you don't like my furniture, you think my house sucks ass, I'll take you the fuck out. Now that's just my house. I can go get another one. When you walk into someone else's culture and you literally, I don't care how much you smile, Christians, when you sit there and say, oh, you're all kinds of fucked up. No, Jesus is the way. Thank God I'm here. Thank God I'm here. Because you're all kinds of fucked up. You may get some negative reactions. Again, I'm not gloating over anyone's death. And of what some of these videos, which I'm quite sure will say, has happened, I'm not gloating. But again, it's amazing how much nicer people will treat you, Christians, when you treat them nice first. And I'm probably going to keep saying that throughout the entire day. Because again, if any of these stories end in death or something like that, I'm not gloating. I am not gloating. I am not pro-killing Christians. Right? But again, it's like when you sit there and you see like the Ray Comfort videos, and he sits there and he, demeans gay people, tell them that what they feel isn't real and all this other bullshit. And after about the 77th time, one of them gets up there and slaps the taste out of his mouth. Again, when it turns out you just say,
"Oh my goodness,
how's it going?" They may say, "How's it going?" back. But when you sit there
All
and you
right,
say,
is
that your husband? No, it's not. You can't be married. You want to know why? Because God hates your relationship. Someone's going to get pissed off. Okay, let's go to the first one. Christian persecution is very real, despite the claims otherwise. Let's see what happens. All right, no capitalism. Biblical news.
Sorry about all the cuts.
The world from a biblical perspective. JudeoChristianChurch.com.
In America, it's very easy to get complacent about faith. While many are waking up to the fact that Christian values are under attack in the United States, it's hard.
Pause the tape. I took a preemptive squig. I didn't even know she was going to fucking say that. Christian values are under attack. That's a Republican buzzword. What Christian values? I have someone at work who said the exact same bullshit. You know what she said? You're taking the 10 Commandments out of courthouses. If that's the case, you don't know what under attack means. Roll the tape.
Feel bad about our rights when those in other countries risk true persecution in the form of death. Mm-hmm. There are battles that must be fought for the faith in America and other Western cultures, but it's imperative that we never forget our brothers and sisters in the Middle East and other regions.
I'm with you.
The Islamic State, which we've covered in the past, is an existential threat to believers in Christ.
Pause the tape. So what you guys can't see, again, Christians, it's amazing how much nicer people treat you when you treat them nice. Right as she talks about Muslims, again, she doesn't show a family eating dinner, mom and dad, coaching soccer game or anything like that. Go fuck yourself. The moment she talks about Muslims, you've got your stereotypical Muslim extremist terrorist. All you can see are the slit of his fucking eyes. He's got what look like to be 50 caliber bullets strapped all over his fucking body. And you, again, not a call to death or harm, but again, it's amazing how much better Christians
Hang on a sec, let me see.
when you treat other people nice. Go fuck
I'm trying to
yourself
figure
on
out
the
what to
tape.
do about this
Where early
upgrade.
Christianity formed its roots. Assyrian and Coptic Christians are being forced from
Yeah,
their
he's great.
lands,
He's really great.
kidnapped, and
I'm really
martyred on
hoping
a
to get
daily
him on, and I'll just be
A
super
recent
super
report from
excited.
Christian Freedom International reveals that a Christian is martyred every 5 minutes.
Oh, Jesus fucking Christ. Okay, so again, here we go. There's a line of bodies. Looks to be about 60 to 70 people, and you've got a bunch of Muslims on the other side, all carrying fucking assault rifles, aiming it at these people, who I assume are Christians. I mean, Christians. Again, what if the only fucking portrayal of your bullshit was the Westboro Baptist? Huh? If every time we showed pictures of Christians, it was a Christian who bombed an abortion clinic, who murdered an abortion-providing doctor. I mean, go fuck. Again, it's amazing how much nicer Christians you will be treated when you treat other people nice as well. Roll the tape.
Statistically, the most persecuted religion in the world.
Yeah, go fuck yourself.
It isn't just the fact that Christians are dying. The way they are being tortured before death is inhumane.
Gang, the images, I'm not even going to pause the
The
tape.
fact that women and children are kept as slaves following the murders of their husbands, sons, and fathers.
And if that's true, that's
And
bad.
it's clear that the atrocities being committed against Christians can only be attributed to the influence of Satan himself.
Satan
This is
himself.
pure evil being perpetrated in the name of the false god, Allah.
Pause the tape. Did you guys catch
America-
that? It's all being perpetrated under the name of the false god, Allah. Go fuck yourself. Again, say it with me, gang. Christians, it's amazing how much nicer you'll be treated when you treat others nice. Again, going into someone else's house and saying, oh yeah, your way of life is all kinds of fucked up. They believe in their Allah the same way you believe in your Yahweh. You guys bellyache in the States when you have to follow the fucking law, right? Yeah, we take religious symbols off of county courthouses, numbnuts, because it's not supposed to be there. That's what you guys call persecution when you have to follow the law. This little bastard just sat here and said that their God is false. Now, to me, it's all bullshit. But Christians, if you want people to respect your shit, maybe you should pay the same respect. Roll the tape.
Are, for the most part, shielded from these truths. One might say that they get to see it on Fox News or online news publications.
All right, y'all. I registered that. I just needed to update that software. I love this audio editor, and I just wanted to update it real quick.
While Cecil the Lion's death was tragic, it did not deserve to get exponentially more coverage than a human
All right, we got
being tortured and beheaded in the same region. As the Republicans fight the Iran nuclear deal,
come in here.
making
3,
for
2,
multiple
1.
discussions during debates and in speeches, the future risk of a
You know what? Pause the tape. She's starting to piss me off. We may not make it through this one. Yes, if what she's saying is true, I'm very anti that. Torturing anybody and killing them, I'm very anti that. But she's asking, why aren't we talking about this shit more that's happening in Iran and Iraq? I do think it needs attention if that's what's really going on. And yes, we can cover all these stories, or, we can bring attention to it. But I don't know if this young lady's aware. America's got its hands full of us a little bit. We've got more shit going on down here that we need to fix. I don't know if she's aware, but Texas has got a gun problem. Right? So again, I'm very anti-torturing Christians, Muslims, Zoroastrians, anybody. But again, I'm quite sure she's a conservative. But for the exact same group of people, America first, USA, we're the great, blah, 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 no one else fucking matters. Now all of a sudden we're supposed to care about Iran and Iraq. We got our problems here, kid. If what you're saying is true, yes, it is important. Now we can get to that right after we find a way not to kill our citizens with guns. Priorities. Roll the tape.
Savage Iran shouldn't be superseding this current crisis on the other side of the border.
He's exceedingly strong, but he's also tender. He's confident, but he's also
you know what?
It's minuscule compared to what actual Muslims.
Pause the tape. So again, every time she shows a picture of a Muslim right now, they looked like they were ready to go to war. When she showed a picture of Donald Trump,
but he's
he was
also
smiling
tender.
ear to ear with
He's
2 thumbs
confident,
up.
but he's also humble.
Yeah, roll the tape.
Extremists are currently doing to Christians around the world. There are always going to be important issues to cover, and we don't want to downplay the importance of other events. But it seems as if American media feels we don't have the stomach to hear about it or address the catastrophic death and destruction being perpetrated every day
exceedingly
against Christians
strong,
around the world.
but he's
Pause
also
the tape,
tender.
end the tape. It's
He's
all the same
confident,
bullshit.
but he's
Plus, I wanna
also
go to
humble.
halftime. Look, kid,
He's
you're right.
exceedingly
If what you're saying
strong, but
is
he's
true,
also
it is a
tender.
problem, and I'm very
He's confident, but
anti-torturing
he's also
Christians to
humble.
death. Right? But again, America has got some cleaning up to do. I am very well aware that this shit happens. I've got personal experience with this shit happening. And I'm not a fan.
He's exceedingly strong,
right?
but he's also tender.
And I agree with her, believe it or not. If you are a Christian, this should disturb you.
Exceedingly
And no,
strong,
Christians,
but
you
he's
should not
also
forget your
tender.
family members
He's
over in other
confident, but he's
portions of the
also
world.
humble.
But never forget your monkey ass lives right here in America. You know the place you think is number one. It's not. I love being here, but we got a lot of fucking work to do, kid. So if you want to know why there's not more coverage, because again, people need food, people need shelter, we can't afford fucking gas. We fucking have fallen apart here, kid. So again, these stories are important. But we got work to do here. It needs a little bit more focus. But gang, thanks to the world's greatest DJ, I'm looking at the clock, and I'm pressing up on the 29-minute mark.
Don't be lonely.
You know the drill saying this week. The Weasel's about to be trained, about to freshen up the season of fucking Hendrix.
Yes!
Part 2 of Gin and Truth. Let's go.
Just call me. Pick up the phone. Can a nigga get some Zoom?
YouTube, you are up and running. Is Wayne Brady gonna have to choke a bitch? Gang, let's get this thing crack-a-lackin'. Hold on. Like I said, there were some issues, so let's get things queued back up. So hold on.
Ooh, spectrogram. Ooh.
Yeah, I'm looking at your polls. We've already seen this.
Ooh.
Yeah. Okay, that's where we left off.
Tools. Oh, here's my Zoom.
So we got a bunch of idiots screaming USA, of course, because reasons.
Because reasons. Reasons is, y'all seeing how excited I get when I'm editing audio. I really do love editing audio. I really am a sound guy. I really am for real, in real life, a sound guy.
What we're looking at right now is Joe Big.
I love just making them details, just making them so fine, just making them just right.
In jail, at least at the
massaging those edits, I call it.
Right. So again, it's USA. We love.
Oh God, how good is this gonna be in our soundboard, guys? How good is this gonna be? How good is this gonna be?
Don't be lonely. Let's party.
This was at 12:49. 12:49.
I'm going to be very disappointed in you. I will tell you right now.
Remember that sound? Oh yes, I remember it. The sound of my childhood that I pick up the phone.
So at 12:54, Peace Circle, the first breach. So they're showing a bunch of a bunch of fucking traitors, and they are rolling over the Capitol cops.
We need backup.
So you just heard the cops call out, we've been breached. Now, gang, I'm not going to lie. I'm pretty sure 12:55. We got 12:55. You've got 2 lanes of Trumpers. They're holding each other's hands as they are running into this bullshit, right? Now, hold on, pause the tape. Gang, I'm quite sure there's a shit ton of procedure police-wise that I don't know about. Like I talked to my dad, a former military police officer, and there is a time where you just got to fall back. Right, so again, I'm openly admitting that 99.99999% of this, I'm very unaware of, uneducated. I'm ignorant on the topic. My dad was a cop. He would know. The Squid is a vet. She would probably know more than this if she was here and probably chime in. So I admit there's a whole bunch about police procedure that I don't know. But the bad look comes from all these people that are getting ready to rough up the cops, fuck up the cops.
I actually think we should be normalizing these.
It's a shame they were not being accused of carrying a fake $20 bill.
But the cream.
Oh no, they're kind of they're all right. It's all right.
That took their lives because the mental and emotional and physical beating they took was so severe, they didn't want to live to see another day. I'm not making light of that at all. All I'm saying is it's a very bad look.
Undo
None
that.
of these fuckers got
I think it
strung
was
up,
already normalized.
with the exception of Ashley Babbitt. We'll talk about her. Roll the tape.
And the United States Senate.
All right, so it looks like it's the certification process.
What happened?
So it's 137 on this tape. And so what they're seeing is from the cops' point of view. They're trying to push 149. They're trying to push the insurrectionists back. But they cannot. Hold on. Let's rewind that so you guys can hear it. So they're running in.
Madam Speaker.
Okay, so we're starting
the
over.
Vice President and the United States Senate.
So this is the certification process at 1 p.m.
So good, y'all. So good.
137. So you heard the cops scream out, this is officially a riot. They have been breached. They have been breached. They have officially overtaken the cops.
They have been breached.
149. So you hear the cops screaming, hold the line. Hold the line. Again, okay, so now you've got protests. I'm sorry, you got traitors beating the shit out of cops.
What's that
now,
clip
again,
that Doug
pause
plays? The Celine Dion clip?
Hold on. I just belched hashtag unprofessional. Again, I'm not a cop. But what I always hear is when a cop feels like their life is in legit danger, apparently that's when you're allowed to draw your weapon. Hit me up in the comment sections. I admit my ignorance. They're pulling the batons out of the cops' hands and trying to beat the cops with their own baton. At what point? And again, I'm sure there's a lot that I don't know. But at what point are you in danger?
Is it My Heart Will Go On? Is it
Roll the tape.
All By Myself? Is it the music from the Titanic?
Now they're storming the shit. The shit is real now. Okay, now Proud Boy Dominic.
Yeah, this is it, right?
It's that famous video game of the fuckface with a police shield.
My hot dog goes on.
Off of a police officer, and he's breaking a window with it. Okay, hold on. I've lost my place. Yeah, I'm licking your balls. Okay.
They're trying to kick it in.
We're at 213. Now, gang, now they're showing Joe Biggs at 214. The place is flooded with traitors, right? And at this point, I don't think they are aware. Okay, hold on. Pause the tape. They're reading a tweet from Donald Trump. This is real time. And again, so this is another one of those tweets that Twitter flagged Donald Trump for false information. Roll the tape.
Done to protect our country and our Constitution, giving states a chance to certify a corrected set of facts, not the fraudulent or inaccurate ones which they were asked to previously certify.
So here we are spreading the lie that Donald Trump was, fucked on the election. So now here's the start of it. Starts out with bring out Pence. Bring out Pence. We all know how that chant ended. Okay, pause the tape. Now they've got the pictures of the gallows. Gang, I stick by what I said earlier.
They saw the lid, the metal lid on the can, just lift up and hover over the can for a moment, and then it launched itself against the wall, hits the wall, goes flat against the wall, and it's as though someone, when it hit the ground, it started to spin like a... As they're playing the Ouija board, all of a sudden, they saw the lid, the metal lid on the can, just lift up and hover over the can for a moment, and then it launched itself against the wall, hits the wall, goes flat against the wall, and it's as though someone was holding it against the wall, and then it just slid down real slowly down the wall, and then when it hit the ground, it started to spin like a coin.
All right, that one's actually edited pretty cleanly, so I'm gonna just save it. I'm gonna just I'm gonna just leave it. There's nothing to do to it. It's fine the way it is. Fatality. All right, here.
During BLM marches, you literally could not bring bottles of water because they were afraid that you would freeze the bottles, use them as weapons against the police officers. There are 3 enormous things of fucking wood. They hung a fucking noose. Roll the tape. Roll the tape. Okay, so we've got more of the Trump line trying to push the police officers back.
One's pretty perfect.
Okay, now they're screaming, our house, our house. Okay, pause the tape. The fucked up thing is, gang, that's a football chant. Whose house? Our house. Whose house? Our house. Whose house? That's when you go into someone else's stadium and you're showing them disrespect, right? I'm about to whip your ass in your own fucking living room. That's a football chant. Whose house? Our house. Whose house? Our house. Except these fucks, it's different. Because these are the people who've, there you get. Have you not read the rule book?
I don't know. I like the resonance at the end.
Motherfucker, I'm white. I always win this bitch. Roll the tape.
I think maybe to like there.
Come on.
There you go.
225. The crypt is breached. All right, now they're getting rowdy. Now they're getting rowdy.
Yes, let's go. Sorry, I wanted to pause him. Do that again. That shuffle is killing it. Woo! That shuffle on the drums is the drums. Little brush shuffle. Ooh, let that band, yo, you gotta play this with a live band. This shit is fire. I don't give a fuck. That's some good ass music right there. That's some good ass music. That song is some good ass music, straight up. Yeah, if you don't like that, something wrong with you. All right, I done fucked him up. I done muted his ass or some shit. Hold up. I done fucked up. Yeah, I muted him. Called it.
The bad guys,
Let's go over here far away from the mute
button.
button.
Pretty much checked our queen, right? We don't have an offensive maneuver at this point. At this stage of the game, it's quite literally, how many lives can we save?
Pulled most of those from the source. Nice. I appreciate that, actually. Appreciate that. You got the original dynamics. I appreciate that.
We still have people who sit here and say Donald Trump had nothing
and mostly
to do
these are really clean edits, actually, by the way. I like editing. I normally just check stuff so that it triggers well.
We're at 2:30.
But yeah, if all the files I get are like this, I'll be happy.
People are roughing up cops. Okay, now here we are. Hold on, pause the tape. Here we are pulling weapons off of the bodies of police officers. Again, I'm 100%
Most of this I can actually do without even listening.
I don't know exactly what the procedures
Just been doing this a long
but
time.
Again, oh my God. Trayvon Martin was shot.
Love it.
These fuckers are pulling weapons off of cops and using it against them. Roll the tape.
House members, they're all walking over now through the tunnel.
So now we just have cops.
We're trying to hold the upper deck now.
Now we have people literally getting physical and fighting the cops. They are fighting the cops. This isn't a tussle, gang. This is a fucking fist fight. Now a cop just went down. A cop went down and another cop is trying to pull that fucker to safety. Again, I wish they had a fake $20 bill so that they can be more aggressive. They're kicking the shit out of the cops. A guy just came with a fucking double hammer fist and tried to come down on a cop's fucking face.
Nice.
He's pulling the baton away from the fucking cops. The cops are oh wait, what is this? Can you guys hear that? They are walking up the stairs singing Nancy, Nancy.
Terrifying.
Now they're walking into her office. That's the infamous picture of that fucker putting his feet up on Nancy Pelosi's desk. Because Lauren Boebert is live tweeting her location. Okay, now a door just opened up, a garage door, Crypt lobby. Gang, they're throwing trash cans at the fucking cops. At 2:38, gang, they are shoving this fucking room like a can of sardines.
I don't know. I think I kind of cut off the...
It's the Oath Keepers.
Chicken. Yeah, I think it's better with the beginning there. On Zoom.
They have cornered the cops.
Start it there. Chicken. There you go.
Okay, now they're queuing up the moment where, okay, I remember this. This is the moment, because I see the cop. He's got the gun pointed. It was when they're going to scream, fire, fire, fire. And this is when Ashley Babbitt loses her life. Oh, wait, what is this?
I'll tell you ready to do. And whatever it takes, I'll lay my life down if it takes. Absolutely.
I'll lay my life down if it takes.
Okay, pause the tape in the
White
tape.
boys always trying. Why y'all always trying to die for some shit?
I'm ready to lay
What's
my
everybody
life
trying
down
to die for some shit for?
for this. And in the
That shit is weird to me, bro.
Tell they were screaming, "Stop!"
Nothing's
the
worth
steal.
dying for because
Stop
you're
the steal."
dead after.
First and foremost, please go fuck yourself.
Fuck is wrong with y'all?
Okay, you weren't ready to lay down your life, GI jerk.
Fight. Oh,
Okay,
we need
you're
this
the
one.
same set of
Fight. This one's all
that
functional.
wouldn't get a fucking vaccination shot for your next door neighbor. But I'm supposed to believe this asshole who's in lawn maintenance is all of a sudden brave enough to lay down his life for other people.
Yeah, right.
Please go fuck yourself.
Over a motherfucking election that y'all lost.
I want to talk about Ashley Babbitt. Ashley Babbitt was the lady, the insurrectionist, the traitor, who lost her life because she bit on some bullshit.
Yep.
That's when the
final round.
Fire, fire, fire. They wanted them to back up. They didn't back up. She took a shot in the chest. She died en route to the hospital. I don't have a lot of glib shit to say because someone lost her life. I'm about to belch. I just belch. I'm professional. But I will continue to quote Voltaire on this one. If you can get people to believe in the absurd, you can get them to commit the atrocious. Ashley Babbitt lost her life because she bit on some bullshit. And that's what I'm going to say about that. Gang, Uncle Bobby's only giving you one motherfucking problem. So as a result, Uncle Bobby's going to give you one motherfucking solution. January the 6th, shut the fuck up. I don't have any interest in sitting here and watching a bunch of high-paid actors sit here, and whether you're pro or con, it doesn't matter. What you say does not sway my factual opinion, and that is Donald Trump is solely responsible for January the fucking 6th. In the story, there is no debate. And if you think there's a debate, you can go fuck yourself.
Game.
Donald Trump, his crippling insecurity, the fact that he surrounds himself with nothing but spineless jellyfish, yes men and yes women. This is all you need to know.
Game over.
January the 6th happened because entitled white people and their minions, for the first time, they experienced loss. Again, don't you know the rules? I never lose. Again, whose house? Our house. Take our streets back. Jews will not replace us. All this other bullshit. We say Black Lives Matter. They say, what about white lives, motherfucker? The only thing I give Donald Trump for is that he exposed us for the racist, sexist shit we actually are. Yeah. Uncle Bobby's peeling this all the way back to its racial undercurrent. Donald Trump gave voice to entitled, racist white people. And again, it's a whole, well, why can't you get over it? I can't. Perfect. I still see Confederate flags when I drive. I still have to deal with January the 6th. Marjorie Taylor Fuckface Greene is a state rep. That raggedy bitch should not be wiping my ass after I have diarrhea. I'm not going to watch the bullshit on my TV on January the 6th. I'd much rather watch static because I know exactly what time it is. Donald Trump is responsible for January the 6th. In over 200 years that America has been a country, there have been 2 insurrections. I wasn't alive for one. I watched the other one on 64 inches of high-definition television, as did most of you. Donald Trump, to this day, 2 years after, has not conceded the fact that he lost the fucking election, Jack. That's why January the 6th happened. His own daughter is starting to backpedal away from him. She knows that her father's full of shit. We know her father's full of shit. We know his supporters are also full of shit. Why am I going to waste my time? Gang, if I walk in on my significant other at my age, maybe when I was 20, I'm middle-aged now. I know that. If I walk in and there's a dick inside of my significant other and it's not mine, I'm going to say you're cheating. I don't want to hear any explanations. I don't want to hear any justifications. I know what my dick looks like. And it's not attached to that dude, but it was inside of you. Do you really want me to sit here and waste my time at my age listening to you sit here and do all these fucking intellectual jumping jacks and backflips? I'm just going to tell you to get the fuck out. You broke the rules. Skedaddle. Same thing here. Gang, I know what I saw. You know what I saw. And I know fuck faces. We got to do the law and due process and the blase and the fucking flavonoids. Okay, this country has spoken with more fucking passion about what O.J. Simpson did than what fucking Donald Trump did. I don't care that, it's not about what you knew, it's about what you can prove. Shut the fuck up. Donald Trump is responsible for January the 6th. And he's going to walk. His kids are going to walk. His supporters are going to walk. Jim Jordan's they're all going to walk. I still believe there's a good chance that fucker's going to be the next president of the United States. So to wrap this shit up, so I can go have a stroke and get mad about something else, I know what I saw. And I know for a fact that Donald Trump is the reason behind the second.
Oh yeah, no worries. This is fun for me, man. Appreciate you sending me all these files. And I'm gonna just add this one as a bonus for when
you are part of the problem.
Somebody bores the fuck out of me or it gets all sad.
You are the person who can walk in, see your significant other fucking someone else, and listen to the reasons on why it is you didn't see what you saw. If you saw Donald Trump's behavior over the last 5.5, 6 years, and you can still say that he's not responsible, again, you are part of the problem, fuckface. You are the problem. I'd much rather watch Static.
Yeah, let's just give it a little bit more time to fade out.
January the 6th hearing.
All right.
I don't care. I don't care because I already know exactly what he did. And like Tucker Carlson always says, so do you. Gang, the big guy's held you long enough. He's signing the fuck off. Gin and Truth, let's go.
All right, let me switch over there real quick and put on something.
All right, gang, this one's going to be a little bit different.
Maybe it's just the next part. Let me see.
One of my wonderful followers, probably going to tag her in on this one, they sent me some shit. So now I got to rant about some shit. YouTube, you're up and running. Use the force. All right. We're just going to limp through this show together because why not? But gang, I needed some low-hanging fruit. And what is more low-hanging
let me grab it.
than me taking a couple swings at Christianity? Let's give them exactly what it is they want today, and that is a little bit of Christian persecution. Now, before I jump into this shit, again, I'm quite sure I am wrong.
Oh, yeah, definitely.
I think this is kind of the definition of what people are calling the new atheist movement.
Let me get it going in the downloader.
You guys remember the good old days, like pretty much
Good looking out. Good looking out, YouTube pump.
Christianity didn't have to answer for anything. Like, nothing. Right? Again, I'm not that old, even though I act like it. I went to a public high school. We prayed before, during, and after every practice, game, everything. There's 10 Commandment monuments on city ground, state ground, and we don't blink twice. Right?
All right, I just gotta hang on. I gotta figure out what window I put that in.
And so, kind of this new atheist movement, the way I see it, is
all right. Let's close.
Non-believers are starting to speak up, saying, "You know what?
Right here,
prayer in the public school, not okay." Right? 10 Commandments on a courthouse, not okay. And if you guys think I'm bullshitting, look what happens when a city digs in and says, you were not taking down the 10 Commandments. And then the Satanists get Baphomet. Watch how hard.
Yep, I love it. But yo, that's why we started the call to the flying man.
This is kind of the new atheist movement. We're starting to speak up, saying, you know what?
Honestly, right there, the Baphomet thing, the National Day of Prayer, really the Satanists really inspired me to go, all right, we don't have to be Satanists, but we kind of have our own motif that we could use for atheist parody religion. God damn it, I keep hitting the wrong button. Did I mute him again? Why does that keep happening? That is trash. Let me see if I can unmute it from here. Oh, I'm nice.
What they want.
I'm nice. Did it on the mini screen.
I found some videos, and I figured, you know what? Again, let's do a little punching.
Yeah, we gotta. I'm gonna learn how to use InDesign, and we can make some pamphlets.
Thank you so very much. But went on my
Also, YouTube Punk, I'm gonna have to just photograph this bong for you because I can't find it online.
Concept of hell. Again, I don't see how it is. My mind will be changed when I tell you that's just immoral, right? And so I found this fucked up ass video called "I Deserve Hell." Now, gang, before I jump into it, I'm gonna say this for the 1 trillionth time. Podcasters, you can't see me. YouTubers, you can't. Over my left shoulder is the world's most beautiful woman, and that is my mother. The troll standing next to her, that's my father. I actually just finished telling someone at work who just had a baby, right? You're going to fuck up as a parent. You're going to fuck up as a parent. And as a result, your kid's going to be fucked up, right? You don't expect 2 perfect people to create a perfect being. That's not how it works, right? Kind of one of your only goals is to make sure that your kid isn't in therapy 72 times a month.
I'll try to take it.
Hey, so you're gonna
I actually just brought a new like a cheapo camera. It should be okay. I'll try to take some pics with it.
That I think that I deserve to be.
Maybe I'll unbox for you guys tonight. I'll show you guys some. There's some recent packages I've gotten in.
I can only speak for myself. Burke and Carrie, they did a good job. They did a good job. So I'm not going to sit here and say I'm this horrible person because I don't believe that bullshit. So I was just trying to think, how bad can this fucking video be? It looks like it's like 6 minutes of monologuing, and it's this lady just looking at her iPhone. And I've just got this feeling she's going to talk mad shit about herself. Let's roll the tape.
Hello. I am hoping this video will reach some of my friends and family. Although it might be wishful thinking, because I'm not sure if any of them are actually watching any of my videos.
Well, I'm watching.
After my husband and I found the Lord, we let all our friends and family know, and of course, all we can talk.
Pause the tape. Already, I am smelling victim fucking complex. When me and my husband found the Lord, we told all of our friends. Again, Christians, where is this mystical, magical place that you guys keep talking about? If someone comes up to me and says, I'm a Christian, I'm gonna be like, what's your point? I live in the fucking Bible Belt, gang. It's just like, again, it takes as much bravery. Again, I just left my Longhorn Letterman reunion. It's like going up in a room full of 200 old Texas football players and saying hook 'em. Right, so of course we came out.
Yeah, he keeps it real. Like I feel like it's not this type of tone is missing in the community.
When someone says I'm a Christian, nobody. Well, again, yeah, I mean, I'm just looking at this young lady. She looks to be around her mid-20s. I don't hear like a thick accent, right? She's not from some other place. Again, it doesn't even say, but it's Derek and Aubriel. That's some white ass shit right there, gang. Let's just roll this fucked up ass tape.
Oh, Jesus. The typical response I think many born again believers get from friends, especially family, is sort of different because, well, they're stuck with you. But the typical response from friends is rejection.
Pause the tape. She's lying. She's absolutely, positively lying. Again, the typical reaction is rejection. Again, where is this place that you guys are speaking of? What? You guys hear Bubba in the background? What an asshole. Again, shut up. And I can already tell, I haven't seen this fucking video. But gang, I could all but guarantee she's getting ready to go down that fuckface Kevin Sorbo road, right? I did a video on him where he said, when his agent found out that he was a Christian, they called him in and just fired him. I was like, yeah, I bet you dollars to donuts he's leaving out a big chunk of the story. She's queuing up some grade A persecution shit. Roll the tape. $2 to donuts. He's leaving out.
I had many friends before we came to the Lord, but now most of them want nothing to do with us. But of course, we know that this is to be expected Jesus himself said, they killed me, so don't expect to be treated.
Pause the tape. I told you, she's queuing it up, gang. This is what's happening.
To Jurassic. Welcome to Jurassic Park.
Yes. That got me so good. Yeah, I gotta just chop out the part right where it starts on the downbeat for the cinematic part. Like right here. Oh, it's so good. Oh, man. All right.
I guarantee it. Again, this is an American child right here, right? Yes, I'm very well aware what the Bible says, but when they can't find the persecution that they need to jerk off to, they create it, right? It's like, here's how I guarantee you it went. Me and my husband, Derek, we're Christians. Yeah, your filthy fucking faggot lifestyle is an affront to God. Oh yeah, you're an atheist? Just so you know, you're gonna burn in hell forever. Yeah, God hates all of you. Now get on your knees and beg for his forgiveness. And then when people are like, hey, Derek and Arbril, go fuck yourself. Then that's when they get to say, I was rejected. And again, I still want to know. Again, that's why I say, like the things, subscribe to the things, share the things, so a Christian can hear this. I want to know where this place is. Again, because if it's not this, it's always, I was the only Christian in my place of work. I was only, in where I went to school. Where is this place? Again, this is not helping my mood at all. Roll the tape.
Better by the world than I was myself. So all that being said, my cousin did bring up something recently to me that I wanted to address in a video. She said she thinks my friends and family feel judged by me.
Pause the tape. What did I say? That people feel judged by her. You want to know why?
Because you're judgy.
Fuck says she's judging her monkey ass off. Right? Again, it was like, did you jerk off to porn? You know that. Like, I was like, just so you know, that's absolutely none of your business. Right? Are you and your girlfriend, are you guys having sexual relations? Because God doesn't like that. Last time I checked, here, let me check right now. I'm looking at the deed to my house there, Arbril. And nowhere do I see your fucking name. Here, where's my utility bill? Your name's not on that shit either. You know who pays my phone bill? I'm not asking you permission to do shit in my house. So yeah, that comes across very judgy. So yeah, I told you guys, she's setting up that Kevin Sorbo bullshit. That woe is me, I'm the Christian.
Wait, why did I do that? I don't want to do that.
They say I'm being judgy. You want to know why? Say that louder.
Because you're being judgy.
Yeah.
Because you're being judgy.
Right? Again, I need you to shut the fuck up. Christians, stop. Again, there is no persecution here in the States. What you are feeling, I know it's odd. That's called equality. If you do, again, this is what you get. This is exactly what you've asked for. You want to be the lead dog. I told you, if you want to lead the band, you have to turn your back to the crowd. That means we all can see your ass.
Yep.
And if my kid has to go to a public school with
champions have
on
championship responsibilities.
Right?
How much less of a Christian would they have been if they didn't go around telling everybody?
But that's just it. But that's just it. And here's the problem with what she just said. According to Christianity, it's just obvious that there's a God, and it's written on our heart. If that's the case, why do I need to hear about it from you? Why do you need to feel the need to knock on this goddamn door uninvited? Right? So again, first and foremost, I need this young lady to stop using English words out of her mouth. Because this is just garbage. Roll this fucked up ass tape. Jojo, I'm in bed.
Just by me telling them that Jesus is the only way into heaven, they may think that I feel...
Pause the tape. What did I just tell you guys? Again, this is the kinder, gentler way. Because again, what she's saying on tape, I guarantee you isn't what she's saying to people's faces. I just wanted to let people know that Jesus is the only way to heaven. You're going to burn in hell! Again, it just gets a little bit tiresome, Christian, just in case you guys aren't aware that 10 out of almost every 10 people you meet think that you're a sack of shit. And then to make it nicer, they say, well, I'm a hot steaming pile of monkey shit too. It's like, okay, first and foremost, you're assuming that I think I'm a pile of shit, and I don't. So again, I told you guys, she's setting up that Kevin Sorbo
listen to me,
bullshit.
I'm sick of it.
Why is everyone so mean?
I'm taking the gloves off.
Let me tell you something.
Where do I have? I gotta go see if I have these files. All right, but let me see. There were some other ones, the new ones we got.
You're getting what you get. And thank you very much. Roll the fucked up tape.
Welcome. Like I'm better than them.
To Jurassic Park.
But
don't say
it's certainly not the case. And first of all, I want to say that if I came across that way to anybody watching this video, I'm sorry.
No. Pause the tape. Go fuck yourself. That is standard Christianity. That is. I remember. Why the fuck did I ever talk to you? I swear to God. They throw themselves on the bottom of the pile. Right? It's like, it's not Jesus, it's me. I mean, I'm a really bad person. And if I came across judgy, I mean, I'm really... So, again, it's a lot easier to stab someone when you are 6 inches from their body. Right? So that's how they get... I'm really bad. I'm really... It's like this is a prison shank. When you're way the fuck over there, right? When you're Westboro Baptist holding this up, God hates fags! God hates fags! It's easy to avoid that person. But the person who's sitting up there smiling, that's how they get you. Roll the tape.
Yes. So good. So damn good. All right.
I'm just as sinful and just as guilty as all my friends.
Pause the tape. What did I say? Right? It's that self-deprecating. It's this bullshit. Right? It's like, I'm really sorry. I'm just as guilty as you are. I never said I was guilty.
That was the other one.
I never once said I was guilty. I'm just as sinful as you are. I don't believe in the concept of sin. I already told you, grow the fuck up. Right? What is it? Oil, trouble, whatever the fuck the witches and shit. Sorry, not sorry. Grow the fuck up. Your man and grim woman did not live in a magic fucking world. Okay? I'm not sinful. I'm not broken. Again, I cannot stop from these toxic
I think I'll just keep it. I think I'll just keep the whole thing, and then I'll stop it manually. I always have a stop on every page.
You thought more highly of yourself. But again, I told you, she's setting this shit up. Roll the tape. It's going to be a long show.
I am just as guilty as a homosexual, and I'm just as guilty as
it is. It's so predictable. It's amazing how predictable they are. It like makes you feel like you have literally supernatural, like a sixth sense. You're like,
hear what this little raggedy bastard said? I'm just as guilty as the homosexual. I'm just as guilty as the murderer. What did I say yesterday? What have I always said? Being a human is a capital crime according to Christianity.
It's great. It's a great piece.
And that, I guarantee, that's where
it's
there
so
it is.
Good.
They said I was being judgy. I was being homosexuality is bad. Yeah. I can see how someone who is straight up homosexual would say, yeah, bitch, go fuck yourself. So again, that's what I was talking about, gang. It's the same shit just coming out of a different sewer.
I can't wait to make him in WWE. Like, I literally can't wait. It's going to be so much fun. I just got a few things I want to do for the stream before I get back to gaming and stuff. There's been a few stream things I've needed to get done.
Massive Nassib. Gang, let me tell you something about Carl Nassib.
And then we got to move over to OBS eventually.
This is what Carl's dick looks like right fucking now. Carl's dick is fucking massive. And I'm a fucking black dude. Right now, Carl Nassib has got his boyfriend bent the fuck over the fucking couch, and he is pounding his booty hole like he has committed a fucking crime, Jack.
That's dope.
His boyfriend will never walk the fucking same. Whoever follows Carl Massive Nassib is going to have to use 6 toilet plungers, and that's just to imitate Carl's tip. And you know who's not thinking about this raggedy little girl right now? Is Carl Massive Nassib. He doesn't give a shit that this little raggedy girl is sitting up here talking about homosexuality is a sin, but it makes Carl Massive Nassib feel good. Again, nobody thinks more about gay people fucking than a fucking straight Christian. I guarantee you that. Roll this fucked up. We're not making it through this. I can't stand this woman.
Her heart, and well, that makes.
All right, I think I got them all.
In the past, because I've definitely hated people in the past. So
she's quoting.
All right, let's get this one.
It's
I'm caught
the
up.
book of
I'm caught
John,
up.
where I just built hashtag I'm professional. You know, the book of John, the one that Christians have accused me of not reading. These are the Beatitudes where Jesus apparently raised the standard, right? If you ever fuck someone out of marriage. Yeah. Well, guess what, fuckface?
Oh yeah, that's it. What's the?
You're just as guilty as the adulterer, right? Have you ever hated somebody? All the time. That means you're a murderer in your heart. So again, that's what they say.
Let's hear
so again,
the.
It's thought crime.
The one I got.
I told y'all yesterday, and I'll keep saying it. If you can't be safe in your own head, then you're not safe. Roll the tape.
And he sees our heart.
Wait, did she say it?
I got like the softer one.
Because I've definitely hated people in the past. So God sees a lot.
I think I'm gonna keep this actually, just because it's like shorter. But the one that plays on Doug's is brilliant.
I'm a liar. I'm a cheater. I'm a thief.
And
like I said,
I want to hear it because it's longer.
You know what I am, gang? I'm a good motherfucking man. Thank you. My dad.
Oh no! Wait, gotta get this one because of the recorder. Never mind. My bad. I'm an idiot.
Man. That's what I am. Right. So again, like I said, if this Christian God is real, he can go fuck himself. Because a club that would not accept Burke Reed, Burke Reed Sr., Dave, my great.
Such a good find, YouTube.
My brain is all kinds of fucked up. My great grandfather, either the fuck way. You go fuck yourself, right? You're gonna sit here and shut the fuck up.
No, don't do right? thumbs up. I hate thumbs up. I don't know why.
Bullshit.
It's my least favorite thing on earth.
Again, you just raked your parents over the coals, and maybe your parents treated her like shit. I don't.
It's like a weird pet peeve.
But I can't
of
tell
mine.
you is that Burke and Carrie, they did a good job.
I'm kind of getting over it.
Your heart's too goddamn big.
But I feel like we're close enough YouTube friends that I can admit that to you.
Go take care of yourself. Right? How do you think I got this fucked up ass limp? Right? And you shut the fuck up. So I deserve hell. You know what you deserve? You deserve some fucking therapy. That's what you need. Right? Again, shut the fuck up. So what else we got here, gang? Again, I got a whole bunch of fucked up shit. Again, I just needed a day of kind of punching down.
Yeah, it started as a thing because people would like do that to me, and I'd be like, "No, we're grown. Use your words. If you have something to say, use your words." And then my real life hatred of it spilled over onto the emoji.
Just get this shit out. You know what? Let's do these atheist shorts. So you won't be able to see it, so I'm going to have to describe it. The first one is sitting on some bullshit.
sitting on some bullshit. That's another fucking gin and truthism that I love.
Hey, Scotty.
Okay, so what you don't see.
Jesus, man. Hey, Scotty. Jesus, man.
All right, some of these are really good ones that we've got to figure out how to get in the store. Let me see.
What is going on, y'all? I got another quick tutorial
What's
for you
the
here.
buzz, Holmes?
Back in Streamlabs OBS.
Listen, folks, I don't know what people think, but I gotta be honest with you. There's a part of me that just, oh man, there's a part of me that just loves a little background noise. There's a part of me that just loves my bed of sound. I just love my little bed of sound. A little bit of tape hiss. Go with some city ambiance. This shit loud as fuck. Why are y'all so loud? Are y'all too loud? Y'all too loud for right now. Oh, I'm not feeling the volume. What? That's like the quietest. It's like the absolute quietest. That's weird. Weird. Go with this. A little bit of vinyl.
And today we're going to talk a little bit about adding GIFs over a stream with hotkeys. So there's two ways to do this that I've messed with here. The first one is you hold the hotkey, and as long as you're holding the hotkey, it's playing the GIF. So for instance, there you go. That's great Super Saiyan John Cena GIF.
All right.
And I have it right now mapped to the 5 key. So as long as I'm holding that down, it plays. The other way you can
There we go.
do it is to toggle it on and off, and so I have that set to 4. So if I toggle it on, it plays. Toggle it off, it goes away. If I toggle it on and let it play, it'll stop playing, but then you have to hide it again before you play it. So let's take a look at how to do this.
I want it to be how I make GIFs and how I set up redeemables. Maybe this one.
Hello.
Although 19 fucking minutes.
Back once again to another little Streamlabs redemption tutorial, I guess we'll call it. Yeah. So I know that a lot of people have seen some of my custom little sound bites and little GIFs that I've made to redeem on my channel, and I know a lot of people have asked how the heck do I do it. So I'm gonna show you. I'm trying to keep this as organized as possible and explain it the best that I can, so I hope that everybody will be able to understand. One of the most recent ones that I'm working on, but it's not per se for me. It's for another person. So I'm hoping that they see this video, and I'm hoping that this will help them. And I'm hoping that it'll help other people. So first and foremost, you can make your own GIFs by going to jiffy.com. So you could pull. So what I did, like I said, is I recorded that video right there. Upload complete. So there now, Galaxy spelled correctly. Transfer them to this window here. Okay, to open that and say select. So you get to the upload box. Open. Grab it. So you right click on it. You say save. Click on it. We want to upload an image here. So we can either click on this and it'll open up our file browser, or we could have just already had our file browser open.
Let me see. Streamlabs.com. Yeah, there we go. Log in. Continue with. Token. I don't want to give you a token. I got to move my camera to give you a token. Do I have Authy on something else? No, definitely not. All right, well, that's not going to work out. Let's use Pocketlocker. We're already doing one of them. All right. I think the best way to do this. All right, we got to add an item. Should be. I don't think a sound effect will do it. Let me see what this. If I could see what this guy set up.
Open. Grab it. So I keep mine all in pictures here, and I put them all in a GIFs folder so that I know where they are. And right here. So what we want to do is we just want to grab this, drag it to the upload box. And now you see it appears right here in our items that we can use. So we click on the item we want to use, say select. So now that's going to put it in here. Now we need a sound file. The same thing. We're going to click here because I use that Video Convert Plus to capture the audio. I saved it as MP3.
Okay.
So it should be. No, it's in videos.
That's weird though, because when you redeem a sound effect, it normally doesn't play the thing.
Should be Lava Galaxy Swap MP3 right here. Okay, to open that, and it should upload it here. There it is. Lava Galaxy Swap MP3. Always keep mental note of where you save your files. This way they're easy to find when you go to transfer them to this window here. Say select. So now we have our GIF. our file. So we want redeem shows via chat, but we also want redeem shows via alert. This is very important. If you do not have this box checked, your images and everything that you just did will not show up on your screen. It will only show up in your chat. So say, check that box. Now the item command. The item command, you do not have to type this part right here. You do not have to type redeem. Just type in here what you want it to be called. So when somebody redeems it, they're going to say exclamation point redeem and then whatever you named it. So let's call this let's just call this lava warp. Okay. Now we say next. Don't need to worry about the ad requirements. Say save. So now we hit save, and it has been updated into our stored list.
Oh, interesting. It must be a stream perk or
now,
something.
a good way to check to see if your alerts work or your follows work is if you have a Twitch account.
Let's see if we go to create new item, stream perk. Let's call it, what was that one that we liked? Scotty. All right, item description.
Hey, Scotty. Jesus, man.
All right, cost is gonna be, it's gotta be a lot. It's gotta be a baller thing to do. It's gotta be like 10 million, because it's just like such a baller thing to do. Like you gotta be fucking loaded. User cooldown. Yeah, 60 seconds, whatever. Let's do that for now. Oh, redeem shows alert. All right, let's do that. Image. We don't have it, so how about we do that first? YouTube downloader. Let's do MP4 download. Oh yeah, it's a flex. It's a flex move. It's a flex move to play the GIFs. It's just like a total. Then text downloader. All right, I'll check it out. Because this one is giving me a hard time with this 12-second file. Do I want to put it in chop files? Stream. Let's go to new. Go to video clips. All right. I don't even know if I can even like use this file type. Let's actually see for a second. Let's check. Yeah, I can't. I think I have to make GIFs. Which I don't feel like doing tonight. Because it's gonna take a minute. and it's already 12:30. So that's okay. I'll make gifts another night. But that's good that I think I figured out how to get him to show on the thing with this command there.
It's this fuckface, and he's sitting there with a plastic bag. And it looks like there's some wire, some glass,
Speaking of which, I need to
bulb.
order some food.
I think I just heard him talk about batteries. And okay. Atheist logic. Chaos never creates order. Am I about to belch? Okay, fuck it. $10 says you're going to throw this all in a bag, shake it up, and something magical is going to appear. Roll the tape.
Plastic, you can't forget that. A speaker, for sure you need lights inside and some sort of wiring.
Now he shook it up. Now he shook up all the random parts, and it says 1 eternity later.
Eternity later. Oh, I hope it's made. I hope it's come in. Yes, there we go. It happened. Yeah.
Okay, so what came out was an iPhone. Because again, Christians, this is what happens when you speak for us instead of talking to us. First and foremost, atheism does not speak to evolution. Atheism does not speak to Big Bang cosmology. All atheism does is address a single fucking question, and that is, do you believe in a God? Everything else is everything else. Now, here's a fucked up thing, gang. That is grade A projection. They are the ones who actually believe that something came from nothing. Because apparently, in the beginning, there was God. And apparently some fucking grumpy ass white dude just sat by himself, was like, I need some shit to fuck with. Next thing you know, he said dog, donkey, cat, water, Y'all are the ones who actually believe that shit just started to pop up out of the air from nothing. Right? Again, atheism does not speak to that. How hard is it? How hard is it? Apparently very. How hard is it for you guys to shut your fucking yap and listen to what other people have to say? Because this has been said 1,000,000 times over. Atheism is not responsible for anything but answering a single question. Hey, big guy, do you believe in a God? Nope. Yeah, so what created the universe? I've got no clue. Now, if you want to learn an arm bar, I'm your man. I've got no fucking clue, right? Well, how do you explain evolution? I can't. I'm a martial artist.
I can.
I'm not a scientist. Right? So again, this fucker sat there and put a whole bunch of random parts into a bag, shook it up, and out came an iPhone magically, making the claim that that's what we atheists believe. Now again, as we go into halftime, and I'm going to go cool down. The 3-step process to knowledge for Christians. Step 1, ask your question. Step 2, shut the fuck up. Step 3, absorb some new information. That video is not from 1974. That's 3 days old. And we still have to answer to the same bullshit, right? So again, like I said yesterday, Christians, you want us to change our tune? Maybe you should start first. All right, gang, thanks to the world's greatest DJ. I'm looking at the clock, and I'm pressing up on the 29-minute mark. You know the drill. Say it with me. The weasel is about to be drained. I'm about to freshen up this delicious motherfucking Hendrix. Then I'll be back for part 2 of Gin and Truth. Let's go.
We abide by the law of the country. We are loyal to our country, and we act as active and responsible citizens within the country. And the only thing that we can say today is look at the facts and the figures and not only the perceptions, because I was shocked at what I got as an image. I didn't
It's not even his voice. I really just don't like what he says. He's like an apologist. He's an annoying apologist. Oh my goodness.
Engine 52 arrived and found the trailer, as Chief McManus mentioned, with a body outside and several that they could visibly see inside once the doors were opened. At this time, we have processed approximately 46 bodies that have been triaged and tagged and declared deceased at this time.
Whoa.
Fortunately, we were able to transport 16 people. 12 of those are adults and 4 pediatric. All of them were conscious at the time upon transportation.
So the plight of migrants seeking refuge is always a humanitarian crisis, but tonight we are dealing with a horrific human tragedy. So I would urge you all to think compassionately and pray for the deceased, the ailing, the families, and we hope that those responsible for putting these people in such humane conditions are prosecuted to the fullest extent of the law.
That's wild. That is super fucked up. What the fuck is wrong with people?
YouTube, now you are up and running. Let my people go.
Let my people go.
We're going to do this Sunday thing. And let's just go ahead and assume from this point forward, I will always have a Blasphemy Sunday. Right now, hundreds of thousands, if not millions of Christians are jamming into their church houses right now, paying someone who's no smarter than they are, paying someone 10% of their yearly income so that they can be told that they're horrible people and that as long as you commit cannibalism and vampirism, you're going to be good to go. So I just figured Sundays from here on out, Blasphemy Sundays. But gang, I found some shit, so I'm going to rant about some shit. Hell. Gang, that's just a fucked up ass concept. Hold on, that was disgusting. I had breakfast sandwich in my teeth. YouTube, you got to see me spit it out. Way to go. Now, where was I? Oh yeah, let's talk about hell. Gang, hell's just a fucked up ass concept. It just is. And no matter how hard Christians try to spin this, saying that God doesn't send people to hell, you send yourself to hell, and all that, it's still fucked up. At the end of the day, hell is reserved for people who don't believe in God.
Ordering Taco Bell.
Or I'm sorry, the right kind of God. Again, there is nothing that you can do that is so fucked up that the Christian God will not overlook, so far as long as before you take your last breath, you get on your knees and you jerk Jesus off. That being said, on the exact flip, there's no amount of good you can do in this life to where that would balance out you not believing in Jesus Christ. There's no amount of good you can do. You are fucked. From the moment your dad busted a nut inside of your mother, you are fucked. Then not in a sexy, vibrant way. Right? So we're going to tackle this whole hell concept. Now, gang, before we jump into the first video, it's from Fuckface Alan Parr. And I did my last show on this dude. Again, if you are in bed with the likes of a Fuckface Frank Turk, you are garbage. So he's got this fucked up ass video called "Do Babies Who Die Go to Heaven?" Now that's my voice just cracked. That is a very common atheist question towards Christians. I've asked it. You've asked it. Because it is a logical question to ask. Again, acceptance is an active experience. right? A 6-month-old does not understand Jesus Christ or sin or anything like that, right? If you were still shitting on yourself, you do not understand the concept of acceptance. So again, here's a logical path. We are all born sinners, right? Every Christian is going to say yes. All sinners, hold on, let me close this door so there's, there we go. There we go. God damn it. Sing the song. The door didn't close, gang. Shit. There's buddy. Okay. But back on topic. Okay. We're all born sinners. Every Christian is going to say yes, right? God cannot be in the presence of sin. Every Christian is going to say you're right. In order to get to heaven, you have to accept the Jesus sacrifice. Every Christian is going to say yes. If you die and you do not accept the Jesus sacrifice, you're going to go to hell. Most of them are going to say yes, because again, you're going to get that handful that are going to waffle, right? Because again, they know this is a fucked up ass concept. They just won't admit it, right? So then you ask a very logical question. Okay, the 6-month-old who dies of SIDS, they did not accept Jesus Christ. But you said, no, not you. This is what Christianity teaches. We are all born sinners who deserve hell. Then you ask them about the 6-month-old. And now apparently we're not all born sinners, right? Babies are born pure. I'm like, wait, fuckface. You just said two different things.
It's so funny.
Yourself.
That is so funny.
We're all born sinners. Yes. The 6-month-old goes to
all
hell.
Right, let me look at it. Let me look at it.
There's pure. So again, he's got this fucked up ass video called "Do Babies Who Die Go to Heaven or Not?" Roll this fucked up ass tape.
Is to bury their own child when it should be the other.
Fuckface, I can't turn on my phone. If I could turn on my phone, I would order from my phone.
What happens to babies?
Oh wait, maybe I can get it on my phone app, the phone link thing.
So much for tuning in. If this is your first time here,
Yeah. I'm looking at your bowls. Fast forward.
Okay, so there are several arguments or scriptures that people use and point to suggest that when babies die, they go directly to heaven. But the question is, are these scriptures strong enough to...
You know what? Pause the tape. You know what's fucked up? That this is a conversation that Christians have to have. Let me tell you something. If you have an ideology that says a 7-month-old is so bad that they're going to be tortured or we have to discuss it.
Oh, boy.
If you follow a religion that this is even a topic of conversation, your religion blows, right? It reminds me of, I did a show on it where that boy looked to be 6 or 7-year-old tops, right? He was in Italy and Pope Fuckface is, having one of his fuckface, rape apology sermons or whatever the fuck. And the boy approaches Pope Fuckface. And he goes up, and the boy is crying, gang. The boy is crying. And so he gets up there and he's like, Pope Fuckface, my father was a good man, right? And despite the fact that he didn't believe in God, he made sure we went to church every Sunday. Hashtag societal pressures. Pope McFuckface, my father just died. And he didn't believe in God. Is my dad being tortured right now? And he's asking this question through tears, afraid that someone's hurting his father. Well, what did Pope McFuckface do? Did what Christians always do. And that is to take 27 minutes to give a simple 2-second yes or no answer. And then reassured the boy that his father isn't being tortured. Everyone in the comments in the video, they're like, oh, we love Pope McFuckface. It's like, is that what you saw? Because if that's what you saw, you completely miss the fact that no one's born.
God damn it. I can't.
Someone put that shit in that kid's head. That's fucked up.
I can't turn my phone on.
Again, so Pope McFuckface is not a hero, right? He's actually the villain in this story. But again, let's get back to the video. I just thought about that. But again, if you have an ideology that includes having to discuss whether babies get tortured or not, your ideology blows. Roll the tape.
Prove that. And are we allowing our own personal desires and biases to enter into and
Is this Alan Parr?
we want to happen to babies whenever they die, or are we letting the scriptures speak for themselves? So I'm going to share with you some of those scriptures that people typically point to, and then towards the end of this video,
all right,
I'm going to share with you what I personally believe is the answer to this.
Come on, dude, get into it.
So
Shit.
the first scripture is Luke chapter 18, verses 15 and 16. And it says here, people were also bringing babies to Jesus for him to place his hands on them. When the disciples saw this, they rebuked them. But Jesus called the children to him and said, "Let the little children come to me, and do not hinder them, for the kingdom of God belongs."
Pause the tape. He's doing a lot of jabbering. Dude, just get to the fucking point. But again, this is very Christian apologetic-y, right? Again, do babies go to hell? I'm still waiting on I'm waiting for him to even begin answering this fucking question. Roll the tape.
Belongs to such as these. Now, this scripture is often used to suggest the fact that, hey, Jesus loves children, and so because of that, all babies go to heaven. Now, the reason why
all right, well,
this verse
fuck me. I want to eat. I need
point
fucking my phone to charge so I can order food.
It says that the kingdom of God belongs to such as these. It doesn't say the kingdom of God belongs to all babies or all children, but more so, we can see that Jesus...
Is he ever going to get to a fucking answer? I'm just waiting for some bullshit. I have no idea what the fuck this has to do with the question at fucking hand. But again, this is very Christian apologetic-y. I'm going to act like I'm answering the question, all the while participating in a conversation way the fuck over there. Roll the tape.
Seems to be using children and the faith of children, meaning they're innocent, they believe without having anything to have to be proven to them. That type of faith is the faith that you have to have.
I don't even fucking know. Like, I don't know why my phone hasn't been charging this whole time.
Jesus' love for children. I don't think this verse by itself is strong enough to build an entire theology and say, okay, because Jesus loves children.
All right, I'll be right back. I gotta get this figured out so that I can order food.
The next verse.
Yeah,
now,
please do.
The second verse is probably one of the most popular verses that people use to prove or proof text that babies who die go to heaven. This is when David, who had an affair with Bathsheba, that God judged or disciplined David by taking their son that came about because of their illicit affair. God struck that firstborn son dead. And this was David's response. It says...
Pause the tape. Did you guys just catch that? God was so put out by a dude having an extramarital affair that he killed someone's child. Please tell me again, Christians, how all life is sacred. Are you shitting me? I mean, go fuck yourselves. You just heard that shit, right? God struck down David's baby because it was born from an extramarital affair. One, that's just fucked up. I can't believe he even said that shit out loud. Two, I'm still waiting, really. I would think this is a yes or no question. Apparently, I'm wrong. Roll the tape.
While the child was still alive, I fasted and wept. I thought, who knows? The Lord may be gracious to me and let the child live. But now that he is dead, why should I go on fasting? Can I bring him back again? I will go to him, but he will not return to me. Now, there are several problems with this particular verse, using this verse alone to prove that babies who die go to heaven. Number one, if indeed this was some sort of promise that God had given David, we have to ask the question, was this something that God had shown David just for David's child? That he would see his child again in the resurrection?
Pause the tape. Christians, what in the hell is wrong with you guys? Your God murdered a fucking baby because it was born from an extramarital fucking affair. Instead of saying, you know what, whoever this God is, he can go fuck himself, right? You got fucknuts David in this story talking about, oh, well, I hope God will be gracious with my baby. He just fucking killed your baby. And again, you guys are sitting here making excuses for the world's most prolific abortion provider, right? I mean, go fuck yourselves. Roll the tape.
Or is this something that's going to be a timeless theological truth for all babies? Not only that, is David teaching a truth here, or is he expressing his heartfelt desire to be reunited with his deceased son, right? So if you ask any parent who's lost a child, of course they're going to say, I want to go to him. I want to see them again. So this seems to be expressing more of David's desire, but there's not a clear theological position that, yes, we can look at this one verse and say, all babies who die go to heaven. So let's move on to the next verse.
Yes, please move on.
1 Corinthians chapter 7, verse 14. Shit. And this would support more of the Catholic position. And this is one of the reasons why Catholics believe in infant baptism, which is not biblical, which is the idea if you baptize your children when they're infants, then they're automatically going to be covered and going to heaven. But that's not what the scripture...
Pause the tape. I was baptized as an infant. Apparently that shit didn't take. Because here I am, a full-blown atheist with a YouTube channel, and I tweet my monkey ass off. I guess I'm still just kind of waiting for this guy to kind of give me a yes or no. But again, I have got every confidence. We're not making it into this tape. That he's not going to do it. He's going to do exactly what Christianity does, and that's to shuck and jive to him and Hall and do everything but answer the fucking question. Roll the tape. Come on.
Teach, and let's look at this verse and prove why that is not a proper theological position. It says here, for the unbelieving husband has been sanctified through the wife, and the unbelieving wife has been sanctified through her believing husband. Otherwise, your children would be unclean, but as it is, they are holy. Now, the problem with just looking at this one verse and suggesting that children who are in the same household as a believing spouse are automatically covered is whenever you look at the context, Paul is clearly talking here about the marriage of a believing spouse and an unbelieving spouse, and he's basically saying one of the benefits of...
You know what? Go fuck yourselves. I mean, this is just a bunch of bullshit. Right? So again, now we're talking about what happens when one parent believes in God and the other parent does not believe in God. And now we're hearing words like unclean. Gang, long time ago in a galaxy far, far away, I got someone pregnant, right? I keep a lot of things close to the chest, right? The kid didn't make it. It fucking blows. And I was not talking about my child, but there was someone at work and they were talking about someone else who apparently had an affair, and she addressed that child as a bastard, as illegitimate. And I remember telling this person, I cannot believe you just called someone's child illegitimate. Now, I understand that's an old school term, but I was like, that's fucked up. But in my mind, what I was thinking is, here's one person who will not make the fucking babysitting list. I wasn't married to this person. We were dating, right? And I was like, my point is, again, unclean, bastard, illegitimate, right? I mean, go fuck yourself. I don't even know if I want to finish this goddamn tape. Again, you have to sit here and do all these backflips to not even really answer the fucking question, which is a logical question, fuckface. Do babies go to heaven or hell? Right? That you would think that's an easy thing to answer. And actually, it is easy. Because according to Christian theology, despite all the foolishness that he's talking about, babies go to hell. Because again, you have to accept the Jesus sacrifice. And acceptance is an active process. Babies can't fucking do that. A little bit more. Roll the tape. We're not making it to the end of this.
Being married to a believing spouse, if you are an unbelieving spouse, is that all of the benefits, all of the blessings, all of the favor, all of the love that God is going to bestow upon that believing spouse, because that believing spouse is a child of God, the unbelieving spouse is also going to naturally benefit from that, and all those who are in the household, because if God's blessings and favor are on.
Pause the tape, end the tape. He can go fuck himself. I don't want to listen to this bullshit anymore. And no wonder he's in league with the likes of a fuckface Frank Turk. Y'all remember I finally did a show when I became an atheist? I did a show on that first video I ever saw of fuckface Frank Turk. Almost the exact same fucking topic. A college-age girl got up to the mic and said, I'm a good person, but I don't believe in your God. Am I going to go to hell? Gang, almost 10 minutes later, he still had not answered the fucking question. This is exactly what Alan Parr's doing. I don't want to play this fucking game with this asshole anymore. Again, do babies go to hell? According to the logical chain, that answer is yes. But Christians know. This is why. There is someone at work, right? I always ask her because she wants to get me back to the flock. I'm like, yeah, fat chance with that bullshit. To this day, she's never answered the question. I've been asking it for years when the topic comes up. Right? Look, the odds of you converting me to Christianity about as slim to none as it possibly gets. Which means, according to your theology, I'm going to go to hell. So we're not going to debate that. But I am going to ask you, do you think that is moral? You've known me for 10 years. Do you think it is moral that the God that you worship is going to torture me forever? You know what this person says? Well, Robert, I truly believe that you're going to accept God again. It's going to be okay. Shut the fuck up. Again, here you are. Here the fuck it is you are doing everything that you were taught to do as a Christian, and that is not answer the fucking questions. All right, gang. Let's get some other ones. Where is it? I had a whole bunch. Okay, which one do we want to do? Let's do Sean McDowell. No. How can a loving God send people to hell? I told you, it's what happens when you've been up since fucking 2 o'clock. You look up some bullshit. Okay, do we have capitalism? Capitalism, hold on. Yeah, I'm looking at your balls. Okay.
Hey guys, thanks so much for joining us here today. The question for today is, how can a loving God send people to hell?
Pause the tape. Again, a very logical question, right? Again, just based on what it is I do for a living, love should not hurt. This is already the spiritual equivalent of he hits me, therefore he loves me. So again, how can a loving God send people to hell? That's a logical ass question. $10 says he does a shit job of explaining it. Roll the tape.
This is a fantastic question, and really one that many are contemplating on the earth, right? Does a loving God really send people to hell? But there's another question that is being begged within this question, and that is, do we believe that there is an ultimate judge? Do we believe that there is an ultimate judgment? And I think the majority of people actually want that for those who are wicked on the earth, like the Hitlers.
Pause the tape. Every time I hear about this ultimate justice bullshit, again, fuckface Ray Comfort does this. Everybody's like, well, what about the rapist? What about Hitler? Blah, 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 blah. It's like, you know what? I've got a great idea. You're the all-powerful God. How about Hitler doesn't murder 6 million Jews? What about the serial rapist not raping anybody? Right? It's like, what if he just gets away with his crimes? What if you just don't have the crime in the first place? Again, we've got models of perfection, according to Christianity. Before Eve was tempted by a talking snake, because yeah, that shit really happens. Before Eve ate the apple, and right now as I fucking said that, gang, some fucking Christian, oh, well, Robert, how do we know it was an apple? Shut the fuck up. Maybe it was a slice of pizza. Who gives a shit? But before she ate whatever, it was perfect. You guys remember the story? When we die and go to heaven, it's perfect there. And apparently we still get to have our free will. So again, we have models of fucking perfection. So this bullshit argument, which isn't one, ultimate justice, just don't make that bullshit happen. Roll the tape.
The world. We're doing terrible things to innocent children, and innocent people on the earth. We definitely want them to be judged. The problem is we don't want to be judged ourselves.
I knew it.
And so we don't like the idea of there even being a hell. The Bible.
You know what? Pause the tape. Go fuck yourself. Yes, Hitler was an asshole. Yes, Stalin was an asshole. Yes, my ex-wife is an asshole. But for all the mistakes I have made and will continue to make, I am nowhere near the ranks of an Adolf fucking Hitler. Are you fucking kidding me? Right, so again, this is very common Christian bullshit, and that is, well, if God judges Hitler, then he's going to judge you. Okay, fine. Why don't you put all my defects up here on the cork board, right? And then compare it to the Hitler list. And if you think my bad shit equals Hitler's bad shit, you can go fuck yourself. I told you guys. Again, YouTube, you can see. Podcasters, you can't. That's Carrie, and next to her is Burke. Those are my parents. In order for me to sit here and say, oh, I'm so horrible, I deserve hell, blah, 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 I would have to bash those two people. And I'm not going to fucking do it. You can, but I am not. I love my mother way too much, and I love my father way too much. So please continue, Christians, to sit there and say how horrible you are. I deserve to be tortured. Whether you realize it or not, you're bashing your parents. Go fuck yourself. Roll this fucked up ass tape.
It says about hell that it actually does exist, but there's something you need to know. In Matthew chapter 25, Jesus says this in verse 41. He says, then he will say to them on his left, depart from me, you cursed, into
I never
the
knew
eternal
you.
fire prepared for the devil and his angels. Jesus talks about hell, so it is real. And then he also says it was prepared for the devil and his fallen angels, or the demons. So hell was not actually created for humans to be placed there. It was created for the devil and his fallen angels.
Pause the tape. I love it how, again, this gang, like the things, subscribe to the things, share the things, so a Christian can hear this. This bullshit that hell was made for the devil and his demons and the blahs and the flavonoids, we are not supposed to go there, then why are we going there? Oh, it's total bullshit. You know, it's stop it.
But it's their sins. It's those not true Christians that went and tear ass through Europe, tear ass through America, tear ass through South America, Australia, and everywhere else. It was those not real Christians. That's their hell. That's their guilt.
But it doesn't matter, even if the not real Christians, like the Crusades, right? So they get to say those weren't real Christians, but it's irrelevant, because if those not real Christians did all the bullshit they did, but before they died, got on their knees and said, Jesus, I'm sorry for my sins. I accept you as my Lord and Savior. All is forgiven. All is gravy.
That means
So
hell is a place for their enemies and not them.
it means hell is for those who do not accept the Jesus sacrifice. It's just that simple. And that's, again, it does not matter. It's a good place to go into halftime, gang, because it's getting hot up in this bitch. Let me tell you something. The hell concept is immoral for a great many reasons, but here's Uncle Bobby's number one reason. There is no good that you can do that will get you into heaven. Just like there is no bad that you can commit that will keep you out of heaven so far as long as you jerk Jesus off. Please go fuck yourselves. Gang, thanks to the world's greatest DJ, I'm looking at the clock and I am pressing up on the 29-minute mark. You know the drill, say it with me. The weasel is about to be drained. I'm about to freshen up this delicious motherfucking Hendrix. Then I'll be back for part 2 of Gin and Truth. Let's go. YouTube, you were up and running. What's in the box? What's in the box? All right, gang, let's keep going with this fuck face telling us atheists, yeah, the camera's still in the same place. Mom, Dad, and my ugly ass. Okay, so this fuck face just sat here and told us atheists, apparently, we're too fucking stupid to define ourselves. Roll the tape.
Because your atheistic worldview is a faith position. You may retort, well, how is my atheistic view a faith position? Because you can't
pause the tape, go fuck yourself. Christians, I'm going to tell you this. How about this? When you can explain to me how your non-belief in Zeus is a worldview, when you tell me how it is your non-belief in name any, you know what? I'm going to completely fuck up the pronunciation. If you don't have the word pronunciation, you know what movie I'm talking about, and you're as old as I am. Pronunciation. Hold on. Native American. Hold on. Can't see shit. There's a glare. Gods. Okay. I told you guys, I just found out that I'm infinitely more native than what I thought I was, but it doesn't fucking matter. But, okay. Am I saying that one right? Hold on. Okay. Christians, when you can tell me your non-belief in what looks to be Sedna. Sedna is the goddess of the sea and all the creatures of the sea. She's a one-eyed giant. Yeah, there's a story there. But, Christians, when you can tell me how your non-belief in Sedna affects your everyday decision-making process, I will tell you how my non-belief in Yahweh affects mine. Please go fuck yourselves, you arrogant pricks. Roll the tape. Oh, wait, the fuck?
Prove it with science. You can't prove it, therefore you're taking what you believe.
Pause the tape. I can't prove my atheism with science. Okay. I can't prove my widgets with geometry either. When you figure out what the fuck it is I just said, I will start to translate that. Roll the tape. This dumb motherfucker.
And the key word is you believe it by virtue of faith. Now here's the problem. The problem is many of us have blind spots. Blind spots emotionally, blind spots intellectually.
Pause the tape, in the tape. This dude can go fuck himself. Gang, this reminds me, I think it was Richard Dawkins and John Lennox. And it was the first time I heard a Christian pull this bullshit.
All right, y'all. I need to eat.
Where it was
I needed to order food, and my phone was dead, and it was stuck. So I had to reset it so I could order some food. But yeah, I'm gonna go ahead and end the stream so I can order some food and go to bed. I'm really, really tired. Appreciate all you guys for watching. Yeah, sorry about that.
It's like, okay,
but I wanted to let Gin and Truth play out because he was fun.
I lack a belief in a God.